very fortunate and lucky to have Professor Dixit sir, who is a retired professor of IIM Ahmedabad. After spending more than 35 years in IIM Ahmedabad, sir is now is a retired professor but not retired. All the time sir is having one of the other programs, and it was with great difficulty we could manage today's days. Because as I know, second you are moving to Bangalore for Satyasai Institute, and 2 days workshop is there, and before that he was in Koppal, just before coming over here, and a series of such events that sir is engaged with. I will not be giving much introduction about sir, because this itself is sufficient, and we are going to experience whole day what sir is going to teach about. His specialization is making strategy and through case studies, how we can understand the cases and how to analyze and interpret it. So that is what is the core issue. And sir, off the records I learned that you were the teacher of the present Prime Minister and the Home Minister also, when they were not holding the office of the current officers.
The Governor of Karnataka and Governor of Uttar Pradesh.
And also his students, that we can say. As a professor of Ahmedabad, sir engaged the classes for the people like of that particular cadre. So today sir is with us, so that's why I consider we all of us are very fortunate. So there are a lot of things to learn. Sir, just a brief introduction about the faculty. Professor Nayanthara Naik madam. She is basically economics student, and she is the senior most professor of our institution. Professor Brahmanandan is basically political scientist. Dr. Arun Kulkarniji, so he is again economist. Dr. Dundappa is a social work student, faculty. Dr. Prabhakar, anthropology, and Dr. Pratik Mali is the linguistic man of linguistics, and Mukund is our office administrative assistant. So this is our Jaitirth is looking after all these technical aspects. So this is brief about our institution, sir. I don't think we need to say something about my institution because you are familiar with. So now I think with this brief introduction, I request sir to begin the session. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And welcome to this exciting workshop with a very interesting title. First is Shaping Our Future. And not just shaping our future, but shaping our future directions. Where should we be going, and how should we be going there? So that is the question. If it is same URI, it's the same issue. Where should it be going, and how should it be going there? The second part, I am audible.
Yeah, audible. Okay.
Recording.
Okay. I am more audible than before. Okay.
Audible to that.
But then I will be moving around. What will I do? I don't know. Okay. Now the second part is, if we want to shape the directions of our future, where are the opportunities? First is, are opportunities there? And what kind of opportunities do we look for? And where are these opportunities? And to harness these opportunities, do we have the necessary competencies? Suppose we don't have the necessary competencies, does it mean that we should not harness these opportunities? Therefore, the next question that comes in is, if we do not have the competencies, are there opportunities to enable us to build the competencies? So then, of course, where are the constraints? How do we deal with these constraints? Through our strategic choices. So therefore, the title of the workshop, which will end at 5:30, what is the time to end? At 5, depending upon your end constraints.
Actually, the office is up to 6 o'clock. It depends on hours also.
Therefore, I always ask this question: what is the hard constraint? So if the hard constraint is 5:30, we will try to go with appropriate breaks in between. So therefore, the theme with which we are going to struggle or create interesting opportunities is shaping our future directions. Our end of the day should be CFD as future directions. Then in shaping the future directions, what are the opportunities? Are opportunities confined to a particular zone, or do we look at multiple zones to identify these opportunities? And where are the competencies? And to harness the opportunities and build the competencies, what are the constraints? Now, to say that we face constraints is not the end of the story at all, but we need to say that we have found ways of overcoming those constraints. Therefore, what are the strategies? So, end of the day, when we close the workshop, we should be able to make a statement. This is a draft of the future directions. This draft plays a very important role in our research, because people keep asking us, is your first draft ready? Now, if you say, my first draft is ready, you will say, wait. So we have the concept of -1, -2, 0 and first draft. So -1 is, -2 is, I have written something, but I don't know what it means when I give it to you. So second is, you know, and I also know what it is, because we are friends. So we have been interacting together, because of that we know. And next is 0. It has errors. So grammatical errors, inconsistencies in logic, all that. Then I come to the first draft. And that first draft gets finalized, and then you present the presentable draft. So we go through these processes. Therefore, my expectation is that at the end of the day's deliberations, we should be able to say, my -2 has crossed and is on the threshold of -1. And then you can deliberate and move forward. And at some point in time, you should be able to present the directions for future and say, okay, these are our opportunity areas, these are our competency areas, this is how we are going to map the competencies and opportunities and arrive victorious and stay happily ever after. But unfortunately, in academics, there is nothing like staying happily ever after, because the minute you say, I have presented, the anxieties begin. So, but we'll experience that as we go along. So, and to be able to help us set the ball rolling, I have given you what we call in our place pre-read. So pre-read is a case which is setting the directions for Amul, and 3 readings. So one reading takes us to Korea and China. So which reading is that? Parables of Leadership. So we go to Korea, spend some time, not in the corporate offices of Samsung or LG or Hyundai, but in the temples of Korea, and we listen to some stories. And from there we'll go to the warring states of China and see what is happening there and get back. And en route we'll interact with 2 stalwarts who are kings in their own field. One person is C.K. Prahlad. So what has he done to us as a part of the set of 3 reads? C.K. Prahlad. C.K. Prahlad, along with his colleague Hamel, has written a beautiful paper on strategic intent. So do you have that strategic intent? Yeah, have you gone through? Little or big?
Little long. Frankly speaking, little long.
Little. Okay. And then we interact with another person who says that even when you say that you have a -2 strategy, are you sure you have a strategy? So there is a very interesting reading called Fredrickson. Are you sure you have a strategy? How many of you have gone through this? Just as the class level. Yeah, one. Anybody else who has gone through class level?
I've gone through the case study of Amul.
Amul, okay. Anybody else who has gone through Amul?
I've gone through.
Oh, well, Amul is exciting because it's all milk and ice cream, right? So, very interesting, very interesting. So, like now, I have a very interesting proposition for myself when I say that when the war has begun, you have to work with the army you get. Because I can't tell the other side, please wait, don't shoot because my army is not ready. So I am facing a similar situation. Whatever is the preparedness of the army will work with, but that doesn't mean that you will not read these pre-reads, because these pre-reads have defined the thinking processes of many organizations. They have defined the thinking processes of many organizations. If they have defined the thinking processes of many organizations, why can't they define the thinking process of CMDR as CMDR looks at its future directions? So therefore, the commitment I would like to have from you is that next time when we meet, thanks to his courtesy, you should be able to say you have not only read all the four, but you have internalized them. So internalization would mean that you should be able to cut, chop, bend, twist as you like. As you like. So is that a commitment you make? Yeah. Otherwise,
Amul is easy to read.
Amul is easy to read, but
थोड़ा ऊपर जाता है.
ऊपर जाना चाहिए, because the whole workshop is on that, dealing with constraints. See, constraints are no longer constraints when that unfamiliar becomes familiar. So therefore, the whole idea of overcoming constraints is to make unfamiliar familiar. So we'll try to see what we can do. For that purpose, what we'll do is first we'll go to Anand. Okay, leave Ambedkar Nagar, Alakshatra colony and go to Anand. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah, let's all go to Anand. A beautiful place. In fact, Anand first, as you know, is the birthplace of Amul. So you have the Amul cooperatives, you have the Amul dairy, and you also have what we call a huge hub of educational institutions, Vallabh Vidyanagar. And then there's also an agricultural research center. So that is today. So when you go to Anand and then get down at the station, there are people there, well-built houses, and milk, no smell of milk. And there's also a management institute called Institute of Rural Management, which influenced the policy relating to Operation Flood and whatnot. Now, we are going to spend time there. But supposing we had gone there in 1846, how would we have recognized that Anand has arrived? Supposing we had gone there, not as of now in 2025, April 29, but 1946, well before independence, and you're traveling by train, trains were there, from Bombay you travel. How will you recognize that Anand has arrived? So now it is all famous, and then there are many people getting down at Anand. Probably at that time you will be one of the few getting down at Anand. But how will you recognize that Anand has arrived?
Buffaloes.
Buffaloes, okay. Buffaloes with a very, very long horn, they have Kathiawadi buffaloes. Sight of buffaloes is one. Very good. So any other ways to
Second was tobacco.
Tobacco, okay, and the large leaves, the large leaves in the fields, and once you see those large leaves, you realize that you are somewhere near the tobacco land. Okay, any other? Any other? Just guess, no, and the guess doesn't have to have logic. You just have to guess. Any other way?
Smell of the milk?
Smell of the milk. Why smell of the milk? When he says I am seeing buffaloes, you are trying to smell the milk. How?
But now you said there is no smell, means they have developed that
So,
time maybe.
why when the smell of the milk? So how? What gives you the feeling that you are at the railway station and you are able to get the smell of milk, and then you say, now Anand has arrived.
The railway station, maybe in the village.
Yes, therefore your clue is not right, right? That's not right. In fact, long ago, 1946, when he said the buffaloes, see, buffaloes did not obey any logic. They have their own seasons. So during the flush season, when their surplus milk is more, the farmers have no clue as to what to do with the surplus milk, because there is no market to absorb that. And there was only one dairy which was in a position to absorb that, but that dairy has its own whims and fancies. Which dairy was that? Which dairy was that? Only one dairy. So I'm sure if you have read Anand, you should know. The name of the dairy is Paulson Dairy. See, Paulson Dairy was started by a it is a Pestanji, right. Parsi gentleman, Pestanji, but he wanted an English sounding name for the dairy. He called it Paulson. So if you were with your grandfather, you talk about this Paulson butter. So nowadays we talk about Amul butter. So those were the days of Paulson butter, Paulson milk. And he sent Paulson butter and Paulson milk to the army. Therefore, in our language, the market for the milk and milk products was not so much the household, but the army, as the army purchased. Because he was able to support and sell cheese, he was able to sell butter and keep the army happy. Now, we, as the farmers of the villages in Anand, wanted to sell there. All wanted to sell to the market. But you cannot sell to the market because the market is diffused, as you know. The market is all over. The market is diffused. So if the market is diffused, what do? So you have to rely on an intermediary. So that intermediary is called what? The trader. So he trades in milk. He, in a way, absorbs those shocks and exploits the farmers. So in 1946, the possibility that during the flush season, milk will be all over the place, wasted by the farmers, because farmers do not have a market for their product. But can I tell the buffalo, please don't give me so much milk, because there is no one to absorb that milk. Can I tell that? So buffalo says, sorry, what can I do? I mean, that's my nature. Like during the lean season, even if I beg, buffalo will not give me milk.
Yes.
So this milk has certain characteristics. Very thick milk. Those of you who buy Ramring dairy milk here, very thick milk, high fat content.
Yes.
See, not many people would like to buy and use, because we also didn't know how to use this fat. So that was the situation in which the farmers lived. Now, because the farmers lived in that situation, did Amul happen? Did Amul happen because farmers in that were in the situation where they had buffaloes? How many buffaloes each household? Maximum two. So early morning the householder, whoever she is or he is, would milk the buffalo and take the fresh milk to the market. If there is a market, you are lucky. If the market did not exist, the trader would exploit and give whatever price, he will come back with that price. Otherwise, they will just pour it on the road and you got that smell. And the bad milk smells. And I don't have to tell you, because if you are traveling by BRTS, you definitely come to know when Lakman Reddy has come. That too late in the evening, right? Thanks to KMF. So same is the situation. Now, does it that an imbalance between the production system and the marketing system, the producer and the marketeer and the consumer gets ironed out automatically.
Can you give some brief about the Anand and that person? Why he is is he localite?
Pestanji is from Mumbai.
What was his intention?
Pestanji was from Mumbai.
Okay.
And he befriended the Britishers. 1946 is still British Raj. And then army settlement had happened in Mumbai. The old Mumbai is not different, is different from the current Mumbai. See, it is the army which drove the demand for many of these westernized products. So, how many of you were eating yellow butter at that time?
Is it because of the westernized, because the military is headed by Britishers?
Britishers, of course, westernized
That's-
the British,
there is a
British
link.
clubs.
It is right.
British clubs require that the customer requires this. And for them to get it from England was more expensive than getting it made here. So then they encouraged these people like Pestanji, who are otherwise supplying to the military other products. So then they said, why don't you set up a dairy, we'll help you with that. And he said, okay, I'll set up a dairy, which is the best place for dairy even at that time. The best place was the place where this surplus milk existed. In fact, even without Amul, the production of milk in Anand was very high. Because the quality of the buffaloes was very high. So then the question is, how could somebody like Pestanji set up a dairy in Anand without knowing anyone? Who gave him the technology? Who gave, place I can give you. Who gives you the technology? Because by that time, dairy technology was a very sophisticated technology. What we call as a simple pasteurization now, it was not so simple pasteurization. What we call churning the milk for making butter was not a very simple one. But who had the technology? So what is your case? Who had the technology in 1946?
Must be Britishers.
British. Any other?
Other countries later on they
Less such as no.
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Any other?
Every households they had churning.
So that won't help you at the industrialized stage, no?
Large amount of milk, no?
A large milk. So much of milk has to be churned, butter, and then butter sold, and then some way of making cheese. So, see, that is where the history of the dairy industry is important. Dairy industry developed predominantly in Europe, and within that Denmark.
Netherlands also.
Netherlands, later it went to other places, they went to Australia, New Zealand, as the colony started spreading. So the Danish were the expert dairy people. So they had the technology. In fact, they had the technology for both rearing pigs as well as the cows. So it was not buffalo milk from there, it was cow's milk. So he was able to get the equipment from the Danish people. And the key Danish manufacturers at that time were L&T. Lassner & Tudor essentially is a Danish company. Today they have indigenized and then and they came and set up the technology, set up the equipment. And he would buy from the traders. He had no comms. So he would contract it to the traders. Traders would get the milk from him. The milk would be processed and the milk will be sent in those ways, insulated lands and the market. Therefore, the market was in Bombay and the production was in Anand. And the connectivity was either through the train or through the good vehicles. So, Pestanji thrived. Pestanji was the only one who knew the technology. Pestanji was the only one who had linkages with the traders. Sanjeev was the only one who had linkages in the market.
Was he technocrat?
He was like a businessman, he was a parcel businessman. See, if you have a good collaborator, and you not be a technocrat, the collaborator takes care. So therefore, the equipment came, the funds came, the market came. With the market, more funds came, and Westernly thrived.
He has the money and therefore he wanted to.
So for in our parlance, Westernly is the dairy entrepreneur. Westernly is the dairy entrepreneur. So our farmers were also entrepreneurs in their own way. Our farmers, dairy farmers, were also entrepreneurs in their own way because they took the risk. See, any person who takes the risk ahead of return is an entrepreneur. So they also invested in their buffaloes, waited for the buffaloes to calve, and then get the milk. But the uncertainty was when you go to the market may or may not have the capacity to absorb and pay what you want. So the returns were decided by the market fluctuations. Yes. And that was the fate as of 1946. Therefore, the question is, when the market is not able to manage the imbalances, who should step in? And write the story of Amul. Who should step in now? So there are two possibilities. One is internal organization. We all come together and then fight it out and then manage ourselves as one interesting organization, develop our bargaining power, negotiate with the traders, cut the traders, or negotiate with the end dairy, that is Paulson, or directly bid for the market in Mumbai and manage ourselves. So that requires what we call internal organizing capabilities. So we did not have, we were poor farmers. Other one is the regulation intervenes. The regulation is what? British Raj. So they intervene and ensure that you are all together and then pass a legislation, you have to buy from here. That did not happen. Then what happens? So you have to now create a non-regulatory and non-internal force that puts you together and makes a promise and lives up to that promise. What is that? So that is where the interested leaders come in, whom you call the development leaders, or whom you call the social leaders. So they are development leaders, they are social leaders because they are different from the tradesmen. The traders are working for their own profit motive, whereas these leaders are not working for their own profit motive, they are working for the social motive.
This is different from Pastosi or they
Now we have to see.
Sir?
If you want Pastosi to play that role, welcome him.
No.
Will he be able to play that role? Tell me.
No, sir. No.
No,
I seek your clarification, sir.
No, did I say he is Pastosi? I didn't say.
Sir,
We are only looking for a leader of that kind. He may be Pastosi, he may not be Pastosi.
No, Pastosi is self-interested
Self-interested,
or
he can't
making profit.
Therefore, we have to cross him out. He can't intervene and do that job.
So, since
So,
the surplus amount was there,
Hmm.
so then internally people were also started
Regulation
negotiating.
has failed. Pastosi you don't want to enter because again you play the same traders role.
Sir.
And self-motive discipline is not coming in. And then all the devotees will pray for Lord to come. Who is this Lord who came?
Dalaya?
Dalaya. That is no, Dalaya is not the Lord. Tribhuvan Das Patel came.
Is a local.
Tribhuvan Das Patel, that's why you have to read the case.
I read, sir. No, I wanted to say, before saying that, I wanted to have much more.
So Tribhuvan Das Patel comes in and then he by his nature is an organizer. So he tries to organize people and ensure that they get their due. So then he interacted with Sardar Patel. Sardar Patel by that time had become a powerful political leader with a lot of involvement in the freedom struggle. A very important person. In fact, Vallabh Vidyanagar is named after him. So then he said we should do something. And he also consulted Morarji Bhai at that time. So then they said, why don't you organize these people and communicate them the principles of cooperation for their own benefit. The principles of cooperation for their own benefit. Then question is, will they be convinced? So, are there definable codes of conduct which you have to abide by? So then he moved around. He says, I moved around like a madman from village to village, village to village, trying to convince them they should all come together, pool their milk and build their bargaining power. Pool their milk and build their bargaining power. And if they don't enjoy that bargaining power, they will suffer. So just because this gentleman tells, will people come together? So you ask the same questions, what is the guarantee? He says, I can't give any guarantee. I can only give you hopes. So I can give you only hopes. So then people have to come together. So that is where the individuals who got convinced decided to come together and give it a try. So, like example, in our marketing parlance, we say, there are always some experimenting customers. So he was trying to sell this ideology of cooperation, ideology of coming together, ideology of sustenance and defending themselves against the cruelty of the market forces. Then there are experimenting customers, therefore there are always some experimenting farmers who said, let's give it a try. So then they gave it a try. So two villagers, few farmers came together and formed a cooperative society. It is called milk producing cooperative society. Marketing, that means had to be taken over by somebody else. So milk producing cooperative societies came, then they pooled milk, how much? 250 liters. Today probably a household produces 250 liters. Okay. So they came together and they tried to sell. Now what are the questions? So let's put it together and then see whether it makes sense. Thanks. So here we have our farmers. What are their assets? Probably land, some land, we don't know. What they do provide, they said, some may be growing tobacco, some may be growing wheat, some may be growing bajra, so they are there. But they also have their livestock. Right. So 2 buffaloes, 3 buffaloes. Now these farmers are producing a product which is required by the market, but the market doesn't behave. Market behaves in its own way. Like we can't say, why are you not buying large quantity of milk during flush season? I don't need. Because my child, if he drinks 2 cups of milk, he will still drink 2 cups of milk. I can't tell him buffalo has given us iron. So market behaves in its own way. So to get this market in place, there is somebody who takes risks. Let me try to connect. Somebody who takes risks, let me try to connect. And this entrepreneur, again, as we saw, has 2 dimensions. One is the for profit. Like our friend Christian. So he came in, set up his own business. But the other one says not for profit. But is he going to play the role of market? Possible. We all come together as a cooperative consumer society and then go and buy from the cooperative producer society and then enjoy each other's company. But there is also a risk. Like for example, during flush season, what will you do? Or during lean season, what will you do? Will the farmer give you the milk he promised? So there must be a buffer requirement. Therefore, even this not-for-profit entrepreneur has to go through some intermediary and relate himself to the market. So what did our friend do? Vibhuvan Das Patel. Can I write on this? No. So let's put Vibhuvan Das Patel there.
You can write here.
I'll go there. Don't worry. We'll go all over the place.
So, shall we shift that to, sir?
No, don't. We'll go there. When we need, we'll okay, till you bring your chakti, sir. See, I'm like Vibhuvan Das Patel, no?
Yeah.
When resources are not there, you have to find wherever there is.
There, but you have to make it on and use that this one. Color.
So let's first person who comes is Vibhuvan Das. Now this Vibhuvan Das is a social entrepreneur, to use our current terminology, because he comes in to put people together, and what does he promise to them? What does he promise to them? He promises one thing, that whatever milk you give, we'll buy.
Yes.
Every day, but there are conditions attached. Every day you have to give a specific quantity of milk as minimum. So you can't say, no, today I'll give you half liter and tomorrow I'll give you 2 liters. So you have to give a defined quantity. In excess you can still give, but then he says membership is open to all community members, irrespective of caste, creed and race and income. So then only you will have more and more villages coming in to come together and form a cooperative society. So therefore open to all. You have to give specific quantity of milk as the minimum. And you have to deliver every day. Because if you don't deliver one day, then the market will suffer. So then what am I going to promise you in return? Because obviously it's a bargaining position. What will I promise you in return? In return, I'll promise you a remunerative price for your milk. I'll also promise you that this remunerative price is going to be a steady price. This remunerative price is not going to fluctuate like it fluctuated before, it's likely to be a steady price. So, will you join or will you not join? So, therefore, you have to abide by conditions for the promises he is making and accept the conditions and wait for the realization of the promise. So, will you do it or will you not do it? You corner में रखिए ना कहीं पे. Okay. So the next part therefore is who will venture? So what will the supplier ask for? Because they are the producers. And I am making an intervention in the form of a cooperative society coming in. And that intervention makes conditions. If you abide by those conditions, I am making a promise. And now you have to decide. You will accept or will you not accept? So what will you do? You have to venture out, you have to take a risk. So the producer is now required to take a different kind of risk. That is the membership risk. And hope. Any other, you hope. You depended on the market and you hope. Similarly, you depend on an organization which is a different intermediary from the traders. And then you hope. So they hoped that things will work out. So what happened? Did the hopes get realized or did the hopes not get realized? Because here is our friend Tribhuvan Das. Here is our friend Tribhuvan Das, who is not a technocrat, who has made a promise. So we'll bring that particular person there. So here is an idea of a cooperative society. So we are saying we'll have a cooperative society which will take care, deal with the market. And because the cooperative society will deal with the market, will make certain promises. But the promises are fulfilled when? The promises are fulfilled when the market accepts. Just because Tribhuvan Das has come, he has put all this together and says, I will now offer you 200 liters. Will Pestanji buy? Will market buy? So therefore the uncertainty is related to the market state. But because you are a cooperative society, you are able to bargain better. The trader did not misbehave. Therefore the market had traders, the cooperative society, and the market had
they can control the market.
Paulson, and who in turn depended on the military. See, Paulson, I himself was still dependent on the market only. Where was the market? The market was in Mumbai, Bombay at that time. So Paulson had relationship. So therefore he could bid. Because he had relationship, he could bid and he could supply and he would make his money. He made his money. So as long as this mood, things were happy. Now therefore the first 2 years turned out to be successful years. So what happens now? So two cooperative society members are able to sell and earn. What happens now?
They enlarge the
More and more farmers get involved because the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
yes.
So the experimenting farmers, like for example in our terminology, the experimenting farmers encourage others to follow.
Join.
So they are the what we call the followers. So they followed. Therefore more cooperative societies started coming in. And they were also able to see this. And as a result, what happened? They were what we call late adapters. So therefore, in any market, as we see, now I have to, in any market, as we see, we are the experimenting people who venture out. They take risks. They are willing to take the failures. And then there are people watching, and then there are people who follow. Then the market grows. So people are able to do that. Then there are what we call the late adapters. Then of course,
What is that late adapter, sir?
they wait and wait. If he follows you in 1 year, he will follow you in 3 years. For 3
So the
years,
late joiners.
Late joiners. And then there are some laggards, they still wait. And there are some guys who don't.
Yeah.
See, this.
Lethargic people can,
See, this.
after successful experiments.
So this very interesting way of looking at the process by which either the market side develops or the consumer side develops was developed not by me. It was developed by his friend, Rogers. So, those of you who have done interesting review of extension literature, he found why don't farmers adopt new technologies? Why don't farmers adopt new practices? Then you realize that there is a process you follow. And that process has given rise to a very interesting framework of understanding how the market processes happen, how the production processes happen, how the technology absorption happens. And this is what happened way back in 1946. I don't know whether Rogers was there or Laws was there. Now, this is the situation. And lo and behold, because it was in Anand, they called it Anand Milk Union Limited. That's how Amul came. See, Amul is this. Anand Milk. This is Anand Milk Union Limited. But fortunately for us, Amul also has a meaning. Not all abbreviations have meaning. So it became a thing, and then Anand became a success. And the problems did not vanish. The problems did not vanish because the question was, what will you do with surplus milk? What will you do when there is a deficit? What will you do when there is surplus milk? What will you do when there is deficit milk? And how will you deal with the market forces? Now this is where the next part of the process of market building comes in, where just as you are looking at yourself, Bombay is also looking at itself. Bombay says, now people are going hungry and there is malnutrition. So therefore, we need to feed our people. So therefore, there is something called Bombay Milk Scheme. Bombay Milk Scheme has per se no direct linkage with the military demand for products and services. That is an independent scheme promoted by the government of Bombay, Bombay Municipal Commissioner. And he decided that we'll buy milk and supply it to children,
Yes.
adults, households. So what is our question now? So we are a cooperative society. Now what has happened to this cooperative society? Now we have a large number of cooperative societies, not one. What does the existence of large number of cooperative societies mean? Large flow of milk waiting for the market, and the market has to give a return. And if the market does not give a return, what happens? These people lose faith in the cooperative society. And if these people lose faith in the cooperative society, what happens? We go back to the disintegration, or other intermediaries come and the trader will say, I told you so. Because you opted for an alternative, and that alternative is not a viable alternative, unsustainable. So what do we do? Large number of milk, large surplus. And where is the equipment? You guys don't have the equipment. You are relying on the good offices of Paulson. Paulson is losing interest. He says this VMS and all I don't understand. Because the military I understand because they have relationship. And the way the VMS buys is also different. So what shall we do? So somebody got a bright idea here. Why not we sell to BMS? We also sell to Bombay Milk Scheme, along with Paulson if he is interested, if he is selling independently. So we decided to sell through BMS. And when BMS is emerging as a buyer, what does it look for? What does it look for? Because he is not an experimenting customer now. He is a confirmed customer. He wants to buy. But what does he want to buy? He wants any milk?
No.
Quality,
Quality.
standardized.
So I want quality milk. If the milk goes sour, what will I do? I'll set corrective. So therefore he says, I have a quality requirements. If you maintain the quality and if you are able to adhere to the price, then I am with you. We will buy. We will buy and assure. Good proposition. Good proposition.
Yeah, good demand.
Good demand, very nice, assured market. And we all pool our milk. We all pool our milk. And we still depend on Paulson because of he has the insulated containers.
Safety, security of milk.
Transportation is to happen. And then what used to happen was, we collect milk from where? We collect milk from all over the place. Cooperative societies are not in one place. The villages are all over the place. And all the milk comes here, ready to go to the insulated container. Bad news comes, milk has spoiled. What will you do? There is no process of cooling the milk, there is no process of pasteurization. Stingy will give you. Stingy says no, but I'll give you at a price. I'm willing to pay. So therefore, what is the option? What is the option now for this cooperative society? How to become independent of pest and G? Possible? Now, therefore, their mission was, how will I meet the needs of BMS by becoming an independent player? Now, question can be posed, how can I become an independent player? But how do you answer that? Is independence required at the production stage? You are independent. Is independence required at the storing stage? Because if it is not cooled, chilled, as my friend will say, and it will not be, you are not able to store. And is independence required in processing? Because there is a process called pasteurization. Who will do that? And pasteurization doesn't happen, I have a large quantity of milk, let it be pasteurized. So there is a pasteurizing process. There is a pasteurizing process. You can use your mobile phone later, sir. Concentrate on milk. Mobile came later, milk came first. Now pasteurization. Now what do you require for pasteurization? Pasteurizing technology, pasteurizing equipment. So is my friend Tribhuvan Das equipped to handle all this? No. What does he need? Can he steal people from Paulson Dairy?
No.
No, he cannot. So what will he do?
He has to look for alternative source.
Alternative source of
Technology as well as the
people who manage that.
improve the
Manpower.
I see, you have to depend, independent player means I need the equipment, okay, Then I need the funds to buy the equipment. I need the people who will manage the equipment. Is it the same as forming a cooperative society in Udugod? So therefore, questions my friend Tribhuvan Das Patel faced were the same as the questions he is facing now. Questions are different. If the questions are different, who will provide the answers? So therefore, there is a very interesting proposition which says, if I do not have the competencies, if I do not have the equipment, if I do not have the funds, if I do not have the people, what is the next slide here? If I do not have, one way is give up.
Failure.
Bombay Mill scheme is not ours. I go back to the farmers and say, this is your fate. I tried to better it and now I am stuck. I don't have the equipment, I don't have the funds, I don't have the people, and therefore sorry.
But he has not done that, no? He
But tell me, now what will you do? Tribhuvan Das Patel, what will you do now?
Search for.
You search. Where are the answers?
Yes.
Either answers are in the village. Are answers in the village? Whether I go to the farmers and say, we need to pasteurize milk and we need an equipment, can you come and manage that equipment? Sorry. So therefore, the search again takes you back to the market. Because the market, or what we call the society, has competencies of its own. I do not have the competencies. Definitely. I do not have any of these. But does the society have those competencies?
Yes.
So
Yes.
what is the confidence that society has this confidence?
See, it has come from a small to bigger level. Now, the cooperative society started with 40 people. Now it has come to 200 cooperative societies. Now all the 200 cooperative societies can together empower the.
Tribhuvan Das, kahan jayega? Where will you go? You have to go and ask him.
Yeah.
Are you equipped to handle this? He says, no, I am a farmer, I am not equipped to handle this. So therefore, where in the society can we search for sources?
This is what he must have followed the Paulson's what he is doing.
Paulson has linkages with Danish people.
That's what.
Danish people are not coming to you.
No. So he must have looked for what Paulson is doing. So in that perspective, he must be looking for what are the other source which can be supportive for me.
So therefore,
At this juncture, I think Dr. Varghese is Korean.
No. UNESCO has helped.
let's see.
UNESCO, it is there. UNESCO has said it is.
Now, people means here professionals. Is not anybody. Professional is somebody who is equipped with a specific knowledge base, a specific skill.
I think so, Dalaya.
The specific knowledge base, specific skill is not in the village. Nor is it in Bombay available readily. So therefore you have to rely on whether there are sources which you can access. Can Tribhuvan Das Patel identify and access the resources that are required? So this we call the resources. Resources that are required. So therefore Tribhuvan Das Patel's task now is different. Tribhuvan Das Patel's task now is different. What is the task now? Is not so much to organize a cooperative society along certain lines. His task is to identify and access needed resources. Can you do it? Identify identify and access needed resources. That is the new task. Is he equipped? After all, he is a graduate. So he has moved around, he has put people together, and he has made it happen, he has brought it up to a stage. If he dies, he will feel bad more because he has promised Sardar Patel that he will do something in the spirit of cooperation. So this is where the market development starts helping you. There is a link between the organization, society. Society is doing a variety of things. Society has educational institutions. See, society at that time still had some good engineering colleges. For example, engineering colleges had come up in Madras, had come up in Calcutta, had come up in Mumbai. So there may be graduates. So some graduates may be exposed to the agriculture, dairy processing technologies. So that is where the British government had a scheme. They had a scheme of giving scholarship to graduates who wanted to study dairy engineering or metallurgy engineering. So one person who went there to study dairy was Korean. So Korean, unlike others, he did not join Amul directly. He had joined a research organization which was located in Anand. And that research organization was promoted by the Britishers themselves. So he was sent to US, and at that time was the technology of processing milk as rudimentary as the technology of processing milk in India? Was it or was it not? Not at all. US was quite advanced. US was Kraft cheese was developed long ago. The US was quite far ahead the processing of milk. They had organized herds, they had organized processing, they had organized dairy. Before they had organized dairy equipment. So that is how our friend Korean learned about it. And Korean classmate was Mr. Dalia. So Dalia had done his internship in Kraft cheese. So he was Dalia here, he is Korean there, and both of them had gone on the same scholarship. Therefore, the hero of the piece at this moment is the scholarship scheme. The scholarship scheme which enabled these people who were otherwise graduates. Korean was working in Tisco, Tata Steel. Dalia had just graduated, and they were all together, they learned, they returned. They returned as per their bond. They had to come back and serve that creamery. So they are also doing real research around that time, the Britishers. And then he's seeing this cooperative society struggle. Every day they are trying to do something or the other, and then milk is getting wasted. So what do you do? So then Tribhuvan Das asked him, if you are so concerned, why don't you join us and help us build a pasteurizing plant? Help us build a pasteurizing plant. So that is our first contact with a professional came in. Does it mean that Dalia understands what is pasteurization and what is the pasteurization equipment? No, but he understands Korean. That has gone there and educated himself in a formal way. So his trust is in that education system. And he comes back and he joins. Then he says, let us go to L&T and see whether they can supply us the pasteurizing equipment. So by that time they were the Danish people who were dealing with the suppliers of dairy equipment. So L&T says, today if you can promise me this much money, I would promise you that I'll give you the pasteurizing equipment. Who has the money? Korean has the money. Korean doesn't have the money. Dalia has the money.
Cooperative society must
Cooperative society may or may not have. So again Dalia moved from place to place, literally begged people, give me something. I'll put it together and buy pasteurizing equipment and make things happen. So that is where the pasteurizing equipment was bought. And access to people, access to funds, access to equipment happened, and the independent pasteurizing dairy happened at Anand. So that is how the equipment came in place. That's how the people who were different from the farmers came in place. That is how money came in. Then the beautiful thing happened. What is that? Then a beautiful thing happened. The Bombay Mill scheme continued. Bombay Mill scheme continued. Does it mean that Amul got its demand met? Right? So,
That
milk continued. We have a pasteurizing equipment. The milk quality is now assured, but the Bombay government says, sorry, I don't want to buy. Sorry, I don't want to buy. What happened?
Surplus.
The surplus is fine, but he says, I am not buying. So, our milk scheme has continued, but I am not going to buy from you. What happened?
crisis.
Because Bombay Mill scheme says, I don't want to buy from Anand. I'll encourage my own local dairies in Mumbai. So they created an interesting thing called RA Milk Colony. There is a very interesting statement to that, RA Milk. They allowed the farmers to set up organized dairies around. They bought milk, they processed milk, they used milk to meet the requirements of Bombay Milk System and became independent of Anand. Then what will you do?
No, sir, I wanted one clarification. See, they were supplying continuously. Abruptly, what made them to go further? If they are, see, are they learned what is going on in Anand, or
So you are an economist now. When does the consumer support alternatives?
no, that's what. See, since they have been buying 10 years, 15 years, whatever you say.
Not 10 years, it's 5 years.
Okay, 5 years. So suddenly they have taken a decision that let us not buy from them. Let us encourage our own farmers, livestock, and so. What was the reason?
But why would you do that as a consumer? Suppose you have done that, why?
Profit.
One is that economics is not in your favor.
Financially,
If I can buy from my own Arabic colony,
I can encourage my
at
farmers.
2 paise less, will I buy or will I buy from Anand?
Transportation.
Will I encourage my people to grow or will I encourage the farmers of Anand to go? I am Bombay, I am different.
No, that is
So
absolutely.
therefore, governments promote alternatives. Customers promote alternatives. When the customers prefer alternatives,
No, I am so happy. But when they taken a decision, would Bombay Milk Society was able to get the kind of the amount of
yes,
milk?
their own Arabic colony.
No, yes, when they stopped it, were they having that kind of
So till such time you develop sufficient quantity,
sir?
I will buy partly from you. If you
Paulson.
don't supply, you suffer. So I have Paulson, I have cooperative society, and so Paulson in between said,
Yeah, that's what.
I don't want to do this business at all. I'll go back to Bombay and settle down with my grocery store. So Paulson has closed
Yeah,
down.
this is what I
Cooperative
just-
society is there. Milk is coming. Traders have their own way of managing. And now Bombay says sorry. So for the first time, this cooperative society experience something which they are not looked at all. They assumed that things will be nice and smooth. What is that element? That element what people in economics call the competitive pressures. So suddenly we realized that for DMS there are alternatives, therefore competition has come in. When competition comes in, is competition merciful? They say, oh, poor farmers, they worked so hard to put the cooperative society together. Therefore, I should not compete with Amul. So I go to hell. So I am as much interested in my self-objective as what? If I am able to sell to cooperative scheme and make my enterprise viable, why can't I do that? So therefore, Arabian colony became the most successful venture in Delhi. It became a model by itself. So they had access to equipment, they had access to processing, they had access to the market, they grew, and we were the ones left holding. What will you do now? So when the market vanishes, what should the producer do? So it is no different from, ICSSR says there are so many new research institutions that have come up, and I am going to stop funding to same year. I will not give you projects from tomorrow onwards. So will you close down this wonderful infrastructure and go home and tell your wives and children, days are over. Days are over. I am not going to be here. No, what will you do?
Look for alternatives. Look for alternatives.
So when competition comes in, you search for alternatives. Best is you search before the competition comes in. So that is what we call from our side strategic. Otherwise, you search when they are forced and pushed to the wall. That's why I call the reactive. So the farmers have to react and they have to look for alternatives. Now what will these farmers do as alternatives? So competition is a reality. Now just as we started looking at experimenting, following, late adopting, laggards, it will appear now on the other side also. Can we experiment with new customers? Can we accelerate followership if we succeed? Can we get these adopters early into our game so that we have a mix of markets rather than one large institutional market? A large institutional market providing support. So what will we do? Research. So where are the markets? So therefore, the search for alternative markets for Amul came in. So what will you do? Where will you search? Search for alternative markets. Where will you search now? So by the time Korean has come, and along with Korean, Malay also joined. They are doing some anything extra, things exciting, Malay extra. So now competition has come in. The first thing the competition does is takes your market away. Some of the customers go away. So the customers go away. That's what my friends from economics were saying. And now I search for customers. Now let's search. Where are these customers? Where are these customers? Because one Bombay Mills team has gone. So I can't say I'll go and sell there. I may know all these people, but they are not buying from me. So therefore, what will I do? Search for customers. Who are the customer possible? One is what you call institutional customers. Now where are these institutional customers? In and around Anand. Who could these be? Institutional customers. In and around Anand, are there institutions? Research institutions,
Colleges,
schools are there. So they started supplying to
Anganwadi is also.
hostels. Anganwadi is the ninth hostel.
Okay. Hostels.
Hostels were there because education institutions had come up there and hospitals.
Yeah.
So you can supply to hospitals. So therefore they started opening new hospitals. So therefore they supplied to hospitals. And they supplied to colleges, hostels.
Later to school.
Then later, quite late. So then they asked the question, is there any scheme like BMS anywhere in Gujarat? See, just as in Bombay they are concerned with supplying milk to children, there must be somebody somewhere. We never looked at it, right? We never looked at it because there was no need for me. I had taken it as given. I had taken it as given. So therefore we never questioned that assumption that market will not be there. But sometime market behaves in a very funny way. The market vanished. So you searched. Therefore you also found out that there are Bombay milk scheme-like schemes in Gujarat itself. They started looking at Ahmedabad milk schemes. They started looking at Surat milk schemes. So therefore, they started looking at the local, regional schemes. Then started supplying to these institutions. But still the largest possible milk market was missing. There is this concept of missing markets. The largest possible milk market was missing out of that. You can supply to hospitals, you can supply to colleges, you can supply to local regional schemes. Households, individual households. Who bought from whom? See, these households bought from whom? The local. Either they bought from the trader, Gaulis, or they bought from the local farmers. So therefore there was this whole business of households was missing. Now suddenly you found that our cooperative society has so many options which we never thought of. Now does that solve the problem? It's like my friends earlier, Tribhuvandas Patel saying, there are so many scholarship schemes and these scholars go and study in so many universities. So what? Is one person going to join me? So therefore the issue was, markets are there and each market has its own way of buying from others. That means if till such time BMS scheme was there, was the college hostel buying milk from somewhere? Was the hospital buying milk from somewhere? Was the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation buying milk from somewhere? Yes. Now you are coming and approaching them as their competitor.
Alternative, kind of.
You have created an alternative for that customer. Now what will decide whether he will buy from you or somebody else? So suddenly the question comes in, when faced with competition, the customer buys. When you have what my friends in industrial economics call, you have competitive advantage. Where do you have what something, a distinctive advantage which enables the customers to justify his selection. Enables the customer to justify the selection. Like some more question that for came, you are a producer of milk, fine. You are a processor of milk, fine. But just because you are a producer and processor, should we buy from you? So therefore this cooperative society has to now do what? This cooperative, you are pasteurizing, we are also pasteurizing. This cooperative society then has to provide assurances like Tribhuvan Das Patel provided to the farmers. Why should I buy your idea of cooperative principles? What are you giving me? So then we said, okay, our competitive advantage would be steady supply, irrespective of whether it is lean season or whether it is flush season, will provide you consistent quantity at varying quality. Consistent quality. Because during the lean season, what does the trader do? He increases the quantity of water in the milk. And invariably the housewife fights with him. And he is used to it and we are also used to it. But now hospitals, college hostels, they want assured quality. So then you have to say, steady supply, assured quality. And competitive price. Competitive price. There is your cup. It's a competitive price. So therefore, if you are able to match these, then say, okay, come and buy, we'll buy from you. So I go back. So I tell Tribhuvan Das Patel, we need steady supply. So we need steady quality. So we need an assured price. Can we promise this to the market? Can you promise?
They can, because they have the sufficient
Quantity, but quantity varies. Because during flush season, what will I demand from buffaloes? Don't produce so much milk, because my hostel boy will need only this much.
Sir.
So, like example, just because that buffalo is producing more, can I ask my students to consume more?
No.
And then go to the gym, work hard, and increase your demand for milk? No. Therefore, market demand is nearly defined. While as your supply is uncertain, there is fluctuation. During the lean season, so there is what is called the dry seasons.
Yes.
So there is a dry season concept. So during this high season, yes. So what do you do? How will you assure steady supply as they require? For example, we go back, supply buffalo decides, and plus my own consumption. My own consumption is also limited. Farmer doesn't consume more just because buffalo has given more milk. Demand, who decides? Consumers. And I can only try to influence to an extent, appeal to them, Please buy more. But this is what can I do? I don't have refrigeration facility. I don't have this. So therefore, I might end up with a situation where in perfect match, I don't worry, you don't worry. Supply is less than demand. He cries, don't increase the price because you agreed to a price for a year. Supply greater than demand. If supply is greater than demand, I don't want Anand to be smelling this time. So what will I do? So what will I do? I am faced with this situation. And is this a reality or imagination?
It's a reality.
It's a reality. It's a reality for the simple reason that the supply is decided by the buffalo.
Yes.
And it has its own natural nature, it's its own nature. So what will you do? How do you stabilize this supply and match it with the requirements of the market?
By storing?
How will you store milk? If I store milk for more than 1 day, again she will cry, Ahmedabad, Anand has come.
Alternatives.
Therefore, can you first convert milk into powder and store? During the lean season, can you reconstitute milk? Or when the milk is in supply, excess supply, can you convert that into value-added products?
Yes.
And if you find value-added products, then the next part is, where is the market? See, production does not give me returns. Production is only a source of cost. I get a return only when the market gives me a price. Market has to buy it. Any problem? Milk has gone sour?
I want
Sugar.
Yes, he should.
Therefore your demand mismatch.
Supply doesn't match.
Okay, now question is, how do I stabilize this? I go and tell both Kurian and Dalia, boss, you are the professionals. You have gone to US. You know the equipment. You know the customers. Now tell me how to do this. Then they said, we asked them, how do they do it in the US? And normally we ask that question. Then what is their answer? They convert excess milk into milk powder. So what will be my answer as, my next question as Dalia? Convert it. Convert this. So excess milk, convert into milk powder. And then once it is milk powder, during lean season you add milk and you constitute. During other days you sell milk or convert it into cheese. So I tell Dalia, look, you have worked in craft cheese and you should be able to convert milk into cheese and then sell cheese. So I assure him, if you make cheese, I will find the market somewhere. It's my headache. So what is their answer? What is their answer? So you are a professional. You have seen the world and you should be able to give me milk powder. And that once I get milk powder, I can store, my flexibility increases. So what will you say, Suryan? What will you say, Dalia? So you are Korean, you have gone to US, you have seen, you have done your professional degree in dairy engineering. And then Thalia, you have worked in a cheese factory. So what will be your answer? And here I am, Thalia, concerned, Tribhuvan Das Patel, concerned with the plight of the farmers. Plight of the farmers improves if I am able to assure stable supply to institutional customers. Stable, steady supply to household customers. In the quantity they want, not in the quantity I give. So what will you say, Dalia? Say yes or no?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go
They
ahead.
say yes.
They say a big no. Sorry, Dalia, we cannot do it. Why? You are qualified engineers, no? But why are you saying I will not be able to do it? Why?
Cultural factors.
Cultural factors, how do they come in? Milk is milk.
Probably.
Powder.
But he did do it by technology using
that is
other
sufficient.
What did that technology require as input? That technology required what kind of milk? Cow's milk.
It was cow's milk. So
And they said right in the beginning, Anand means buffaloes and buffaloes and buffaloes.
but that could adjust. It was
Characteristics of cow's milk different from characteristics of
Buffalo milk.
Buffalo milk is
but they
thicker.
could do it with
So-
some technology within his
Where is the technology?
We don't have now.
Who has the technology? I go to Danish engineers and say, give me the technology to convert buffalo milk into
Milk
cheese.
powder.
He says, you're going to spoil cheese. Milk powder is going to spoil. We don't have, sorry. We have markets elsewhere. I have studied markets. Why should I? What is my incentive to invest in R&D? What is my incentive to invest in R&D?
UNICEF help. UNICEF also help.
UNICEF came as a demand generator. He says, if you can make milk powder, I'll sell it to the children.
Yeah.
But where is the $1 million question answer? Where is the technology for making milk powder?
Buffalo milk into milk.
Buffalo milk into milk powder. Otherwise, it's only a dream. A dream is not going to deliver.
With,
So what
with his existing knowledge of working with Crafty, I think so.
Now, how did they
Prove
solve
it,
it?
So, how will you solve it? You tell me.
Prove it.
How will you solve it? It's a problem. So unless you solve it, you will not be able to go ahead. If you don't go ahead, all this dream is, I'll go back to the farmers and say, sorry boss, excuse me, we made a mistake. Because only recently, I read a very powerful statement by one of the very well-known researchers in Kannada literature.
Kannada.
By name M.M. Kalburgi. So M.M. Kalburgi said, ಸಂಶೋಧಕನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. So we are researchers, so we'll go and tell the farmers, ಸಂಶೋಧಕನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. We made a mistake. Now will the farmers tolerate it? When you say, you have whipped up so much energy, you have made us increase our livestock, now you say ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, what is this? So you have to succeed. How will you succeed? So this is where the role of additional function came in. That additional function is R&D.
Research and all.
For example, what kind of R&D was required to do milk the buffaloes? Who taught the housewife how to milk the buffaloes? Which engineering college? Nobody. They just learnt. But we utilize that. We utilize that to our advantage. But who asked them, taught them to go a long distance and deliver milk? Nobody. And for that R&D was not required. Suddenly, when R&D was required to be able to convert buffalo milk into milk powder, process buffalo milk into milk products like butter. Now the buffalo milk butter is white or yellow? White, pure white. Those of you who have seen at home, I'm sure some of you still see what happens in the kitchen, right? And
I do.
you do. And the butter you buy from More or any of these places is white or yellow?
Yellow only.
That yellow comes from where?
Because
Yellow comes from cow's milk. Naturally it is yellow. So what you have to do? So you have to color that butter and buffalo's butter and then sell it to the market, because market is used to yellow butter. Only now you are selling white butter. So they had to do R&D, and every day Dahlia is struggling because we don't have the technology. Nobody is willing to give you that technology. And only 2 countries in which buffaloes existed.
Switzerland.
Where? Switzerland mein buffalo nahi. Switzerland is for cows.
they are all basic.
All those nice, wonderful cows, you see in films. And they're all cow-based dairies. We are the ones who are stuck with buffaloes. Dharwad is buffaloes, So there is a buffalo name called Dharwad buffalo. Very long horns. So there it was Kathiawadi. Somewhere in Haryana, Murra. Murra. So then what do you do? So Italy had some. But Italy and we didn't even know at that time. So maybe some part of US may have, they don't care. So what will you do? You have to work on your own. And where is the equipment for R&D? Nothing. So Dahlia and Korean had to literally struggle. They used whatever that was available. They used gunny bags, they used terraces, and finally found a way of drying this milk. And once they found a way, they went to an engineer and asked him, can you fabricate this for us? So therefore they got the first success, converting buffalo milk into milk powder using their own R&D. But does that mean that only they are doing their R&D? But there are dedicated R&D institutions in the country which were set up at that time. Some were set up before the independence, some were set up after independence. So there was also a very interesting institution which were doing R&D in food. This is the Central Food. Central Food Technological Research. So they said, if you guys can convert this, I can also convert this into baby milk powder. So they created the baby milk powder which was required by her organization called UNICEF. They supplied baby milk powder, they stocked milk powder, converted that into milk whenever it was required, then it had to be, milk had to be processed. They found a way of processing milk and made butter. They found a way of converting that into cheese. Now I have powder, I have butter, I have cheese, and I have baby powder. Now will I succeed?
Yes.
Why?
Because number of products are coming from a single thing.
Existence of a product does not mean that the customer will buy. Otherwise, we should be buying only ambassador cars now. Existence of a product does not mean that the customer will buy. Customer buys when he finds that the product is meeting his requirements. His requirement as per his specification, quantity, quality, price. So, does the customer have an existing alternative to what you are providing? So that is where the existing multinationals existed. What were those multinationals doing? Like there is Nestle. Nestle is selling powder. Then there is Glaxo. Glaxo is known for its Glaxo baby.
Oldest thing.
Call it Glaxo baby. Okay, so then you have to compete with Glaxo. You have to compete with Nestle. Yeah. Horlicks and all did not make so much effort. They are not all competitive.
Glaxo is the oldest.
Glaxo oldest, then followed, then Nestle is the older. So they all were competing. Why would they allow you to sell?
Intervene.
So therefore again I go back to customer buys in the face of competition when you have a competitive advantage. If you do not have a competitive advantage, customer doesn't reach you at all. Who decides whether it is a competitive advantage or not? Does government decide?
No.
Does the producer decide? Producer only intends.
Customer who decides.
Customer decides. Individuals decide, institutions decide, groups of individuals decide, consumer cooperative societies. Therefore, the question was, how will I build my competition? Same, steady supply, assured quality, competitive price, and Glaxo is known, Glaxo baby, like Paulson's butter, Collins Smile. So they are all Nestle, milk powder. So therefore, I need to have one more thing which identifies me very clearly. So therefore, we call it brand. Now people have to recognize this. I must now have a brand. So I must now have a brand. How does this brand come about? Just because I want a brand like Glaxo, like Nestle, they are all there earlier, like L&T and almost a brand. People should be able to recognize that as the provider of certain kinds of products. Like as you said, Amul, milk, Amul, ice cream. So like example, sometime back if I had said HAP, what will you know? What is HAP? So this is a retail outlet of an organization called Hudson. If you are staying in Gandhinagar, you should see that.
Milk, Hudson.
Hudson milk. Arogya milk, not Hudson milk. It's Arogya milk. Then Arun ice cream is a brand. Nandini is a brand.
Yes.
So you need to have a distinctly identifiable name, and that name should stand for certain things: quality, price, assurance, label. Like Coca-Cola is a brand. Coca-Cola says, I will provide Coca-Cola to you within arm's length of desire. I want Coke now, it's available. That is the supply side. Now, therefore, they created a brand called Amul. Amul brand. Therefore, we sold Amul milk powder. Then we sold Amul spray. Amul spray for baby milk. Then we chose Amul butter. Then Amul cheese. Later, when you process further, Amul ice cream.
Yeah.
Okay. Amul. Then Nutramul was concerned with Horlicks. No? So competing with Horlicks is tough. But you have to have a product to compete. So Nutramul, you created a range of product possibilities, and that range of product possibility came from your R&D orientation. So does it mean that the three people, Tribhuvan Das Patel, Kurian, and Dalia did all this all by themselves? Three guys go around, do an R&D, three guys go around, negotiate with CFTRI, three guys do, no. Then they started recruiting more professionals. No, that's it. The professionals came in. More engineers came in. By that time, the educational environment of the organization and society had also seen more engineering colleges had come in. Somebody recognized dairy as a specialization. Then universities of agricultural science started coming in. Support for that came in. All that happened because we had become independent. Independent India had independent dreams. So therefore, new institutions were created. The IITs came, IIMs came quite later, agriculture colleges came. Suddenly there was a flood of activity in the educational sector. And after 4 years, what happens? Graduates come in. Those graduates have to be employed. Who employed those graduates? Us. Similarly, steel was another sector. So suddenly you realize that there was employment, and our Amul is now not one cooperative society. Our Amul is now multiple cooperative societies. So now there is a cooperative society within Anand, multiple cooperative societies in Anand, multiple cooperative societies in Surat, multiple cooperative societies in Baroda, and all of Gujaratis came because they saw the power of milk processing in an organized way and delivering products. Now, there is an organization called Surat Milk Cooperative Organization. So, Surat Cooperative Milk Marketing Organization or Producing Organization. They found out that it doesn't make sense to sell cheese in India. What should you sell in India? What Indian people buy? No? Cheese. How many of you have eaten cheese? Buy most of them. So therefore, what will you buy? They said, why not we sell gulab jamun? Why not we sell srikhand? Why not we sell basundi? They are homegrown. Homegrown milk, huh?
Ginna is the...
Ginna. So Ram Rahim only sells. So how do you do this? So therefore, they took the help of CFTRI to make indigenous sweets based on milk processing, and they started specializing. So therefore, there is one brand of srikhand called Sumul, that is Surat Milk Union Limited. Baroda created its own gulab jamun. Baroda created its own basundi. So therefore, we found that there are multiple cooperatives all selling milk, but each one selling a different processed milk product. By that time, technology had diffused. Therefore, what we got was multiple cooperative societies in multiple places, and Amul as a brand, Sumul as a brand, Baroda created its own brand, multiple brands. In the meantime, there is a Mehsana. Mehsana emerged as the largest producer of milk, buffalo milk. And then they created their own concept of ghee. So they had to compete with the unorganized sector. Suddenly you realize that the nature of competition has changed from fighting Nestle, fighting Glaxo, to fighting the unorganized traders, fighting the distributed people. Otherwise, for example, if it is gulab jamun, you have to buy from a specific sweet mart. So but now organized sweet selling, suddenly there was a lot of confusion in the market. Who is the real Amul? So what do you do? There's so much of heterogeneity. People have joined. And there are cooperative societies. Are they all dependent on Bombay Milk Scheme?
No.
They are not dependent on Bombay Milk Scheme, and there is no need for them
Yes, sir.
to depend on the Bombay Milk Scheme. And therefore, what they do is they just create their own independent marketplaces. So, like example, Surat can sell in Ahmedabad. Srikhand you have tested.
Yeah.
Baroda gulab jamun can be sold in Surat. So therefore they created the market.
Dharwad Peda is everywhere.
Dharwad now everywhere. Right. So now we have multiple cooperatives waiting for an identity. Waiting for an identity all over the place. So much of heterogeneity. Each one is different. Therefore, they created a federation. So they created a federation and gave it a wonderful name. That federation called Gujarat Milk Marketing Federation. So focus is milk marketing. So production is still by the members. The members are members of independent cooperatives in their places. They all come together. Now something more interesting happened in the world. For example, when Anand happened, they were able to see the power of the milk farmers growing richer and richer just on the strength of selling milk. So, दूध बेच के पैसा बनाता है. So then something interesting happened. What is that? And that's very important for us. Very, very interesting thing. What is that? So let me create that. I will erase this. Duster.
Sir, it is here, sir.
Something very interesting. So here I am struggling with what we call Amul 1. Amul 1. Amul 1 is struggle and struggle and struggle and struggle. All the way from working here. And finally, I am able to create a product. I am able to build for my product a market, and I am able to do all this with my technology, and I am able to get people support for this. And funds are coming in because we are doing quite well, and the cooperative organization is in place. Cooperative organization. So this is Amul 1. Now, our Prime Minister at that time, Lal Bahadur Shastri, comes here to inaugurate Amul's cattle feed plant. That means by that time, Amul is not just milk. Amul has also gone back to help the farmers in terms of cattle feed. See, increasingly our farmers are being organized and they are also exposed to different kind of inputs. Don't just take them around and then graze them, then feed well so that high quality milk can come. If high quality milk comes in, you will be able to build a good quality house and educate your children. And our friend Lal Bahadur Shastri comes in and he is depressed. By that time, do they have these teething problems of how to convert milk into milk powder? No. Do they have problems of how to process milk for multiple products? No. And have the young engineers at that time, Dalaya and Korean, matured and then become more knowledgeable about dairy, India and whatnot? Yes. So Lal Bahadur Shastri sees all this and says it should now go across to the whole country. Because Amul 1 is dominantly a Gujarat story. Amul 1 is dominantly a Gujarat story. But it should not stay in Gujarat, it should go across. And then, therefore, Amul 2 starts. And what is the challenge? So you now take it across so that India as a country becomes milk surplus country as opposed to milk deficit country, where you import milk powder. So some of these countries, Netherlands, New Zealand, Australia, Denmark, they used to export their milk powder to us through one aid system or the other. So if I exported from Denmark, the Denmark brand would be what? Denmark sells a very popular brand called Arla. And if I got it from New Zealand, it will be Ontario. So therefore each one sold in his own brand, Mel Gibson, Australia. So most of them were cooperatives. Then we said, why should we be importing milk powder? Can we now convert this into milk from our systems? So therefore, it means create more Amuls, where Amuls across India. Who has to do this? So who has to do this? Korean has to do it. Because Korean knows. And what happened to Dalia? Dalia was from Pakistan actually. Because see, when they all went to US to study, the bifurcation of India had happened. So he went to Karachi to look after his buffaloes. Now, Korean has to take charge of this. Now, will you take charge as Korean or not? Okay, will you take charge? Will you not take charge? So now you are a leader of a different kind. Because Amul 1, what were the leadership challenges? How do I put supply into place? How do I ensure that this equipment is installed? And this equipment is to be fabricated. But if I want to replicate it across the country, I should be able to do it slowly at my own sweet will? No. I need speed. Because if I do it in Maharashtra, Karnataka will cry. If I do it in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu will cry. So that I need to do it in speed simultaneously. And across multiple geographies. Amul 2, Amul 1 speed, take your time because we don't even know how to convert buffalo milk into milk powder. So, branding. How do you get the same product, market, technology, stuff? And for this market, the brand that we want it. Now, the challenge therefore, when Korean takes charges, how do you do Amul 2? Amul 2 is a replica of Amul 1. But should it be an exact replica or should it be modified as per the needs?
It should be modified as per the needs of the customers.
Which needs now? So, like example, if it is Tamil Nadu, so Tamil Nadu says, I want cow's milk. You are giving me buffalo milk. Karnataka says, we are Dharwad people, buffalo milk is fine. But in Punjab they say,
Buffalo.
cow is not welcome.
So in Andhra also buffalo. I am from Andhra. Buffalo.
There also. So how do you now manage this multiple? Then they said, milk, don't sell milk powder here. We don't feed, Amul spray. We want our own brand. So if it is Karnataka, it has to be Nandini.
Yes.
Even today we are fighting why Amul is coming. Okay? So therefore, give them an independent brand. Give them what they like. And on top of that, do it simultaneously with greater scope and all this with funds. Funds have to come from somewhere. You can't say I will use the funds of Gujarat Milk Marketing and support the national replication. So there is a very interesting term called replication. So what will you replicate? Same or different? In fact, we took so much time. We took so much time to create Amul all the way from 1946 till 1965 when they started looking at all this. So can you take so much time? You can't. Because once one state succeeds, the other state will try. So all this had to be done with speed, all this had to be done simultaneously, all has to be expanded, and we need equipment, we need funds, and therefore same Amul one logic or different logic? Same logic or different logic? Same. Okay. Amul we never could go so fast. Because when you and I khana sabko dena hai. Everybody has to be fed well. So this is where the search, what we have done there also, search for options. Now this time when you search for options, will you search for options domestically or internationally? Domestic equipments, international equipments, domestic funds, international funds. Domestic or international? The demand is so much. If I had to replicate it across South India itself, demand will be so much. North India demand will be. Uttar Pradesh itself is bigger. So when that is the case, he says, why can't we increase our bargaining power vis-a-vis the suppliers of dairy equipment? Where are they located? They are in Denmark, they are in US, they are in Switzerland. So we need an organization different from Amul Dairy to do that. So therefore, the first thing is they created in Amul an organization called National Dairy Development Board, or NDDB. NDDB equipped to get funds, equipped to plan, equipped to implement. So Korean said, who should be the leader of NDDB now? Who should be the leader of NDDB? Who will you recommend as the leader of Korean? You recommend yourself, no? I mean, you have done all this and replica. Amul tool champion should be me only. Because now I am a professional manager, I have seen the world, and Korean happened to be related to John Mathai. Who was John Mathai? John Mathai was the first finance minister, British period. So, all this happens and they search for opportunities internationally. They work with NDDB, then there is Dairy Financing Corporation they create, many more institutions they create, and they make it happen, which now is Samul 2 is flood. Now therefore it's called Operation Flood. Operation Flood. And Operation Flood led to what they call the White Revolution in the country. Samul 2 therefore is not so much a revolution in demonstrating the viability of the cooperative societies at the producer level. Building further on that, to demonstrate that milk as a business, across all types of households. Therefore, it became kind of a revolution across where from a deficit country, we became a milk surplus country. Are you worried that we are a milk surplus country? Not at all. We can convert that into milk powder. And there is always demand for milk powder. Because you realize that when regulation intervenes, the first thing that is banned from export is milk powder. Because we need domestic supply of milk. So therefore it came as Operation Flood across India. Got a very interesting name, White Revolution. By that time, revolution was not a bad word. Russian Revolution and all. Because our friends from his college had already created what they call the Green Revolution. Norman Borlaug,
Yes.
MS Swaminathan, they created the hybrid varieties, they created all that, and then finally made India proud. Again, from a food importing country, we became a food sufficient country. We can't say food exported, food sufficient country. Therefore, a whole lot of agricultural institutions, dairy institutions have come into the country.
But sir,
Yeah.
as far as we remember, almost for 20 years, we didn't have this Amul milk or anything in South Karnataka, Southern Karnataka. Only I remember is milk powder was there. But only recently that yellow milk or something. Only with Nandini we have yellow butter now. Otherwise we have never seen Amul butter anywhere. Now it is coming to Karnataka. Recently.
Very good point. You have come to the end of that Amul. So we'll say the end of the Amul too is what now? White revolution has taken place. And are there cooperatives across the states? Yes. And are these cooperatives promoted by the farmers like it happened in Gujarat? You know, when you see Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, they say owned by 36 lakh farmers. When I say see KMF, it says owned by the government of Karnataka. The head is always a KAS officer. So that means regulators play a chairman invariably a politician. The regulators started intervening in accelerating the process. Let us not leave it to them. We promote Karnataka Milk Marketing Federation, Tamil Nadu Milk Marketing Federation, that's Vijaya Dairy, Andhra.
Yes.
So every state had its own federation. Every state created its own branding. And every state created its own products. Like Vijaya cheese, if you are not, if you are seeing, sometimes Vijaya cheese from Andhra. Avin from where? Avin from Tamil Nadu. Verka, Punjab. Of course, you would have consumed tons and tons of it. Okay. So Verka. So there were, and then in Maharashtra itself, each dairy started getting a brand. Array existed. Then there is in Kolhapur they came one kind of a Srikhand, Varana Srikhand. So therefore there is plethora of brand names. Each one has exhausted the potential of his state. What will you do now? You start searching for independent independent opportunities to sell your products. So you go where the market is, you go where the customer comes in. So therefore, Amul 2, not only end of Amul 2, not only saw the emergence of state cooperatives, but also competition among the cooperatives to enter each other's territory. So that is where Amul first introduced a product called ice cream. You eat Amul ice cream?
Yeah. Reliance it is available.
Cross. But have you eaten Cream Bell? Arun? Arun ice cream?
No, I think
Not
in
very-
Karnataka stopped.
No, it is there. It is there.
Yeah. So in fact, if I meet you tomorrow, I'll get you Arun ice cream.
No, it is there, sir. It is there. It is there.
So therefore, there is state cooperatives.
No, it is.
Then competition has come among the cooperatives on the basis of brand, products. Vijaya came to Gujarat, and Vijaya went to New Delhi. Vijaya came all over and they started competing. Verka competing, Avin competing, and therefore that's how you saw Amul in Karnataka. Because Karnataka Milk Marketing Federation was very slow in responding. The Nandini was very slow. So it has a beautiful name, Nandini, that stands for that milk, that cow. Kamdhenu, but still Kamdhenu was not producing. So only it be Nandini milk was there, but Nandini products were not coming forth. Only now they are coming. So then, end of Amul 2, we have state cooperatives becoming competitive products. We have international market, we have across India markets, and one more thing happened. What happened? End of Amul 2 phase. One more thing happened. What is that? Very interesting again. And these are all interesting milestones. And then end of Amul 2, interesting things happened. So as we are moving in, we saw that we have with us very interesting things. One is the among state competition, among state federation competition. Very interesting. Because they had their own music, they had their own this thing. And international opportunities for equipments. International opportunities. Then, milk business attractive or not attractive?
It is attractive.
Now it is attractive.
It is attractive.
See, if you don't sell to the household, half liter of milk, but if you sell to, Mukesh Ambani family, same product at once 50 rupees, it's attractive. If our markets had started emerging for high-priced milk, markets have started emerging as high-priced milk. So, there was pressure on us now to open out the market. That is where your friend Manmohan Singh came in and he liberalized the sector. Now, liberalization means open to the entrepreneurs who are in the private sector. So, independently, private sectors have started doing ice cream, like Arun ice cream, Chandra Mohan. Independently, some people were trying to make milk, like Britannia sold cheese, Britannia sold butter, but in a large organized format, private sector was open. Therefore, they could go and access the international opportunities. These international opportunities are for what now? International opportunities are for importing equipments. And then is the state of technology of these equipments same as 1946? We also moved forward. In fact, the European dairy has consolidated. The smaller cooperatives got consolidated into bigger, larger cooperatives. Some of the cooperatives became corporates, like Mel Gibson, Frontier, they all became large corporates. And they created interesting breakthroughs in technologies, new technologies became available. And is the concept of a dairy as 2 cows or 2 buffalo unit? People started challenging that. People started challenging that and introduced one more term called do it with speed, do it simultaneously, and do it with scope, and do it with scale. We never looked at scale as an advantage here. 2 buffaloes, 3 buffaloes. So because we are focused on members, business cooperatives, their milk coming in, so therefore we had believed in Amul 1 and Amul 2 even, a decentralized activity. But across the world, with the whole idea of small holding vanishing, holdings getting consolidated into large farms. So you can make look at your notes. Now, opportunity for centralized dairy activities started coming in. Like for example, scale. 100 cows can be together. Somebody says if it is 100 cows, can there be a situation where 1000 cows can be together? If there are 1000 cows under the same roof, then what happens? Will the housewife go along and milk them? So therefore you will opt for automation, mechanization. So therefore suddenly you realize centralized opportunities for automation. Automation of milking, automation of transportation to a centralized place, automation of chilling, large part started getting automated. And with automation, whatever the possibilities, manpower requirement is less. Therefore, do you wait for the housewife to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and milk the cow or the buffalo? No. The cow can be milked any time.
But not buffalo.
Buffaloes can also be milked. Why not? So therefore, the only period is what is their feeding cycle and what is their milk giving cycle. If you are able to assess that, then you can do it automatically. Now, should you always go to the cow to milk? That was another question, no? Like example, the traditional format is the house. Anybody has seen a rural household where you have seen, no? Have you milked a cow?
No, we have the buffaloes.
Have you milked a cow?
Yes.
Very good, that's great. How about you? Madam? Yeah, see. So therefore, but you go from cow to cow, milk. Then somebody asked, why should I go to the cow to milk the cow? Why can't the cow come to me? Valid question. Valid question. So they asked the question, how can I make the cow come to me and get milked and go back? Can the cows be trained? Can there be some signal whereby they all come in a nice line like school children, come to a central milking station, get milked, and after they are asked, they go out. So therefore the whole process of automating, feeding, milking came in without human intervention. Because scale gave that advantage. Scale gave automation. Like for example, now suddenly 1000 became 10,000. Now where else can you go now? 10,000 cows under one big farm. What could be the next scale? 2 cows to 10,000 cows. Now from 10,000 cows, where will you go now? Guess karo na, guess has no logic. So 10,000, what is your next jump?
1 lakh.
1 lakh, yes. Now people experimented with a possibility that there will be 1 lakh cows like in a factory under multiple sheds in the same location. They all obey the system of getting fed as per their diets. Go to a particular place, get milk, then go back and rest. So, imagination or reality?
Maybe.
Where it could be?
See, where technology is more systematic, it can be applied like a,
Where?
maybe in Australia,
Okay, where else?
Netherlands.
Where else?
I went to Netherlands. They have. I've seen it.
Yeah. 1 lakh?
I have not seen that big farms, but I have seen it.
Reasonable farms,
Huh?
500, 100.
I have not seen.
They still feel that grazed cows are better than fed cows. Fed cows is mechanical. Grazed is, like for example, Australia says, milk from grazed cows, not fed. So therefore, the distinction is between a fed cow milk and a grazed cow milk, because they believe in the grass, quality of grass. So, but there must be somewhere somebody who has experimented with. Imagine 1 lakh cows being fed. Like for example, the most nutritious grass is what? Alfalfa grass. So somebody has to grow alfalfa grass for feeding these cows. And somebody has to take care of replicating these cows. How will you get 1 lakh? So somebody has to create this what we call embryo transfer technology. So suddenly you realize that it's an international effort where the embryos of very healthy cows are in one place, where the transfer is in another place. When they are growing, the food is coming from some other place, and that food is fed and milked somewhere place, and that milk is marketed where? Only in small part of Anand? Across the world. Whether it is milk powder or raw milk or value-added milk or ice cream, the world is the market. And which country has supported this? Any guess in which country has? Huh? US, okay.
Australia, I think.
Australia, ekdam.
Huh?
Lock kar de, as they say.
Yeah, I feel it.
Lock.
Yes, I feel it.
Because US, the dairy system collapsed in US because they started importing milk and all. Very few dairies are there, dairy farmers of America. Canada also has a dairy.
New Zealand, sir?
New Zealand,
Denmark has
China.
China.
Oh.
So we had an opportunity to study 2 companies, 2 Chinese companies. Okay, what does ILI mean to you? Y-I-L-I. Y-I-L-I. ILI. ILI is one of the top 6 dairy companies in the world.
Why?
Y-I-L-I. You can search. ILI. ILI Group. ILI Group was nobody till 1999. So when we were progressing big, with the Amul 2, ILI was nowhere. But ILI made these scale-based breakthroughs, scope-based, simultaneity-based breakthroughs, and till 1995 or so, the production of milk in China was not even less than 1 million tons, when we are already 50 million and all. Today, the production of milk in China is 45 million tons. We have crossed 106. 106 over so many years. Now there are 2 companies we studied. One is called ILI, other one is called Mengnui. Both of them are in Mongolia, the Mongolia part of China, if you visited China. So they invested a lot in advantage of scale. So as a result, the farm size, the dairy farm size is 1 lakh cows. There are 5 such farms. And while we are struggling with increasing it from 2 cows to 5 cows. Then I tell my dairy friends, you give me those 5 cows and then I'll feed them in a central place, milk them in the central place and send them back to you. Will you agree? So that is a proposal, no? Let's say you have 5 cows, he has 5 cows. We send your 5 cows to my central milking station and he sends his 5. So I'll milk and give you whatever is the price of the milk. And I'll also send your cows back in the evening. Will you accept? Will you accept or you not?
No, it is
You
difficult.
have part with your assets.
No, it is difficult because we are not been trained in such.
So suddenly, Amul is facing new problems. Scale is hitting them because that scale is now available to whom? The private sector players. Because our friend Manmohan Singh liberalized and as a result allowed private sector to come in. There came a large dairy in Barabanki, supported by Sharad Pawar. There came a large dairy in Tamil Nadu, supported by Chandramohan, independent high school. But there came a large dairy, heritage, Chandrababu Naidu.
In Andhra Pradesh.
In Karnataka, Aditya Milk.
Aditya Milk, our own Sankeshwar.
Yes.
So therefore they invested in very large farms, got advantage of scale, focused on high value adding products. High value adding means rich percentage of fat. So the milk you buy, toned milk, what is the fat content? You should see next time when you get that post, 1.5%. So they gave 3%. Then Amul started moving up. Amul also has 5% diamond and all that. So suddenly competition started coming from not the state federations, not the unorganized players, but competition started coming from the private players. And private players, do they sympathize with the Gujarat farmers? 1946, you created the white revolution for us. Therefore, we will not compete with you. We will not go to Denmark, we will not go to Australia, we will not go to Uruguay, we will not go to any other place and get technologies. No. Will they say that we will recruit only people like Korean? No. We will go whoever is available to. Then, the professionals who had joined us, did they retire? One day or the other they retired. Suppose Korean did not join us, but these professionals who had joined us, they started getting attractive offers from
Other private companies.
So do they walk away with all the knowledge of working hard?
Yeah, they are going.
Yes. Will they also utilize it to enhance their own careers? Yes. So therefore, now we have a situation where we are in a liberalized world, we are in a competitive world, we are in a world where technology has changed. Now it's not just the technology of producing, it's also the technology of information processing which has changed. And therefore, communication is easier. Banking system is totally disrupted. How many of you have gone to the branch recently, yesterday, let's say? Nobody has gone. All transfers have been, all payments have been, everything is online, everything is on the mobile. Suddenly, all that ICT has come in. Now there is a greater development called AI. Artificial intelligence has come in. So therefore, tomorrow my own job may be at stake. Everybody's job will be at stake because it can do phenomenally more things than what others were doing. Therefore, there is technological change. Now, can I go to the finance minister and say, now bring back regulation, close the market for private sector? I cannot. There is a new regulatory system here. One day or the other, the Britannias will come, or the American players will come. They came through the joint venture route because joint venture was allowed. So there is competition. The nature of milk availability has changed. That's what she says, when I go to Reliance, do you find only Amul? No, you don't find Amul. There is a brand called Milky Mist. Milky Mist, anybody?
Yes.
Milky Mist butter, Milky Mist cheese, Milky Mist milk, and then cartoon. Milk is coming in cartoons. Tetra Pak. It's a long duration milk. And there is one UHT milk. Ultra high temperature milk. It is heated to the highest possible level so that all bacteria is killed, and till such time you open the packed milk is intact. So Nandini has got, Nandini is good life. Sri Krishna dairy, new dairies have come. Therefore, is life the same as what it was in 1946? Or for that matter, is life the same as what it was in 1999? Now, in a changed situation, is Kurian there? Is Tribhuvan Das Patel there? Nobody is there. All of them have left. All those who created and promoted those organizations have either withdrawn or they have left the world, and the organization is in the hands of new team. Now the organization is in the hands of who is the new team? You are that new team. So you are that new team which is taking over. And you have to decide what should Amul 3 be. You have to now decide how should Amul 3 look like. What are the directions? So Amul 3 options, Amul 3 choices. So that is what we need to do. Now we'll take a break for lunch. So I can't give you milk. That will okay, so we have regular food. And what we'll do, we'll work in teams. 3 of you and then the 4 of them. They'll work together and give us a perspective of what should Amul 3 be. Okay? And during the break, you read parables also. Because as I said, I promised you that I'll take you to Korea and China. Okay, I'll definitely take you to Korea and China. Though I've introduced China to you as a different kind of enterprise called Mengnui and Ili with 1 lakh plus farm size. Can you visualize? You should go and go to YouTube and see, you know. And when those animals are brought, because they have to be brought from outside, you know, they are brought in large ships. And then now they have started doing what they call embryo transfer. And who developed the embryo transfer technology? Embryo transfer technology was developed by Israelis. You decide, you know, I want this calf of this kind. They will create that for you. And then you plant it here and you get the calf of your kind. Was any attempt done in India to experiment with this technology? Embryo transfer? Yes, his own institute, India, had done it. And the scientist who did it was ridiculed. What are you doing? But there is nobody to ridicule in Uruguay or Israel or China. They moved forward and they got the cow of their type. High yielding cow? Yes, high yielding cow. So their yields are better. Their management is better. One day or the other, they will be a source of competition, if not in India, elsewhere. Has Amul gone abroad? Yes, Amul is in US. Very recently, Amul has launched its products in Michigan. Has the milk gone from Gujarat or has it gone from Karnataka? It has not gone from there. They used a cooperative society which was existing there to procure milk, process milk there and brand it as Amul. You are only selling brand. And did we develop the brand? Yes, we developed. So during lunch you read parables of leadership and also discuss what should be the features of Amul 3. Okay, now you have to make a progress. Okay. And when you come back from lunch, I'll just quickly take you to Korea and China and bring you back to Amul 3. Okay? Then you will get some more time to do Amul 3 and we'll come back. The purpose of this entire exercise is not to stay in Anand or come back to Dharwad and see if we have to ask the same questions. How do you look at CMDRI? What is CMDRI 1? What is CMDR run for? When the highly excited promoters, when the highly excited promoters, with accomplished research work, who are these people? Pachimukhi and Panchmukhi, with very strong linkages in Delhi, somebody with ICSSR, somebody with, they all came in and set up an institution to do something which they called multidisciplinary research, which is as strange as milk. So because we, as you were saying in the morning, social scientists are very, 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 very patriotic because we guard our disciplines. If I am economics, I must be economist for life. Okay? And if you are an anthropologist, you should be an anthropologist for life. Crossing floors, harakiri. But here somebody says, let's do multidisciplinary research. That means we have to talk to each other. Not only talk to each other, but also communicate with each other. What do we mean when we say segment is missing? Anthropologist says there is no segment. Mathematician says, yes, I can understand the line segment. Marketing guy said, yeah, segment of the market. So our language systems are different. Our tools, technologies are different. But how do we come together? But they did it. And it moved forward. Then one day or the other, the promoters have to withdraw. Then the new professionals have to come in. The new professionals contribute. But has the environment changed or remained the same? Suddenly you realize that you are in the most exciting time. I was telling him in the morning, it's the most exciting time to be in the teaching profession with a full career, not like me who has retired. One day or the other my assignments will vanish, But that because the kind of competitive pressure which we are facing now did not exist earlier. See, like for example, when we were publishing, we never even looked at these stars, A star, A minus, Scopus, those things didn't matter. YouTube was not there, nothing like that. So therefore we published. And if it was an international, it was just a fluke. International mein chap gaya, there was no rating system. But suddenly a rating system has come. And the life of the independent research institutions like yours. So where you are a dedicated research institution supported by another institution, like you are like say Karnataka Wealth Marketing Federation supported by NDB or some other organization, ministry. But their life is threatened for the simple reason that lot of interesting institutions have come up to carry on research. One is the existing university departments, because with pressure on publishing and with pressure on two interesting things. One is NIRF ranking and NAAC accreditation. I don't know whether you are also subject to that.
Publication and PhD and all, it's come down.
So NAAC and then NIRF, the recording and all that. That's one kind of a pressure for existing universities. Then the new universities have come up. So these new universities are also trying to make an impact on the strength of research and creation of own knowledge with the help of collaborators, whatnot, same as the private area. See, like for example, the government of Karnataka itself has allowed the establishment of 22 odd higher education institutions through an act, independent act. Therefore, you have a PES university, you have an NPS Saptagiri university, good old universities like Ramaya and all that. Closer home in Davangere, what is the university? Again, private university, GM University. GM. There's one GM University. G. Mallikarjun University. Bapuji has to come because in between they created what they call deemed university. Centrally supported.
Kishkinda University.
And Kishkinda University, Ballari. And closer home, Manjunatheshwar. SDM. Manjunatheshwar University. Satya Sai University. And Chanakya University. Many more will come.
St. Joseph University.
St. Joseph University. Therefore, all these universities have initially taken position in sellable market products. MTech, computer engineering, BTech, computer engineering, but they are also promoting PhD programs. So when they promote PhD programs and look for talent, where will they go? CMDR. So therefore the competitive pressure comes from the possible loss of talent. So you stay on if there is a distinctive advantage to stay on, otherwise you'll quit. Whatever is 3 months notice, whatever it is. The other is competition for funds and projects. Now, like for example, UGC will fund your projects as well as somebody else's project. ICSSR will fund your projects or somebody else's pressure. Therefore, there is again pressure to go with speed, simultaneity, scale, scope, and all whatnot. So how do you do that? So then third is technology. One is we are quite happy when ICT came. So my Excel is better, calculations are better, communication is better, because during COVID all of us were online. But suddenly this AI has come. So arrival of AI has resulted in what we call democratization of information and access. Because when I walk into my classroom, my student has the same set of calculations as I have. He has the same summary as I have. Because both of us have consulted ChatGPT. Because he could download. Earlier he couldn't. Because my book was precious. Because when I went to the US, I got this book on Porter. Only I have it. Today he says, I key in Porter, the whole PDF comes to me. Whether I would read or not is my choice. But today information asymmetry is not there. When asymmetry is not there, research can be done from anywhere in the world. So therefore localized or dedicated institutions have competitive pressures, technology opportunities, and to support us, the entire society is changing. Because the society that we grew up with is not the same. Because the need structure has changed. The options open to them has changed. The income opportunities are different. Like who thought that there will be a dedicated 200 rupees spent on communication even by the poorest of the poor household? Because we have a construction activity going on near our home, and all the 5 or 6 construction workers who have come from Bihar, speak to their family members every day. Hours together. So they must be recharging. Even if they out for the minimum, 199 rupees more. So how they have created space? What has changed in the rhythms in life? Relationships have changed. Today, how many of...
Sir, with due apology.
Yeah. We'll go for lunch. Yeah. I promised them that lunch is there, but milk will not be given. So, one last. So therefore, the need structure has changed. Relationships have changed. When did you receive a last printed wedding card?
No.
WhatsApp पे भेजा है ना?
That's what I said.
So WhatsApp पे भेजा है ना? बस I've sent it. So therefore, options have changed, choice of options have changed, competition has changed, complementation has changed, substitution has changed. What does that mean? There are 2 ways of looking at it. When there are a lot of changes, you may say that our game is up, we have no option. Because earlier, ICSSR would say, please study the working of the Panchayat Raj system. But today, there is nobody to say, please study. So we have to create our own opportunities. So how do you create those opportunities? And therefore, what is your Amul 3? CMDR 3.0. CMDR 1, the spirited efforts of the Panchmuki brothers and all their support system. CMDR 2, the spirited efforts of all the chair promoters, Nanjundappas and then Neer Saab and whatnot. Now CMDR 3, you are on your own. Now what should you do? What is the direction for you? If you don't think now, market will not give you an opportunity to think. So one fine day there will be a fiat, CMDR will be closed because there is no role for an independent, dedicated research institution located far away in Ambedkar Nagar and very easy to, close. So what what is your future? So look at that. That we look at some matter of time. But have lunch. During lunch, whatever interaction you have on Amul 3, look at it and come with your ideas. And then we will go to Korea and spend time in the temples of Korea. In the meantime, if you have not read Parables of Leadership, please do read Parables of Leadership. And then we'll spend time on Amul 3 and see what can we do for same DR 3.0. Any questions?
We have questions, sir, but we are reserving it at the end.
Yeah.
I have noted down 4 questions at least.
Anticipating these changes and taking initiatives now than later. If I am internationalizing Amul, then I need to be worried about how I am able to compete with China. Because he is coming with the 1 lakh cow history, I am coming with the 2 cows, 3 cows history. Then how do you manage where if it has to be exported from here? Either in the form of milk powder, therefore will you be cost effective? So some of these questions will come in as we look at Amul 3. See, Amul 1. Hello.
Anna?
Hello. One of them is open. Hello. Okay. Now, Amul 1 was simpler because as long as there are problems to be solved, life is great. Because you solve one problem or the other, okay, organize the farmers, ensure that the milk is collected, then milk is processed, milk is delivered, technology is coming in. Fine, but Amul 1 to Amul 2. See, Amul 2 is not a cooperative venture. That way, because Amul 2 happened because there are surplus milks across the world. So they are dumping that milk. So we got that. We converted that into milk powder, and that milk powder was reconstituted and sold to the urban areas which were waiting. And then from the surplus generated, we built the dairies. So then we started integrating with our own brands. So now all that seems to be changing. When all that has changed, how do we look at our organization? Because if I see the component of cooperation in the Amul chain, that is limited only to the producer level. Because once the milk is collected and delivered through the processing unit, the cooperative's role ends. Later they become only investors collecting their money, and rest of it is all market. Because I asked this question, the boy who delivers to your house, is he a member of the cooperative society? He is not a member of the cooperative society. So whatever are the gains of GCMF, does he participate in? No. Whatever his employer gives, that is his salary. Or the retail outlet here, is it a member of the cooperative society? No. Therefore, the cooperation element of the GCMMF business model has not moved across. See, there are no cooperative, let's say, marketing agencies supporting Amul. They are all independent private businessmen. That came primarily because of Gujarat. Gujarat is full of that because they find one way or the other to earn that extra. So therefore your retail agency, private, transporters, private, and the stock is private. The same when we try to replicate in the absence of entrepreneurship in many states, we couldn't take off. See, for a long time Nandini was struggling. Only now some change seems to happen. Vijay Dairy, on the other hand, great success but collapsed. So Varka, great success but collapsed. Prof, UP. So therefore state level brands they just given the capacity to Amul. So Amul, what does it do? It gets the ice cream made in these places and gets it branded. And some places they set up their own dairy like in West Bengal or Calcutta.
Now they want to do UP also.
UP is in a big way. In Bishop is in Banaras. So that's what it is, but it raises questions. In fact, one idea is that when we take charge as the management of Amul, as of now, I can't sit on the laurels of Amul 1. Nor can I say that I'm creating white revolution, it's already there. Then Amul 3, when you take over and run the organization for the next 3 years, what will you do? What are your challenges? What are your options? What directions do you create? Those are the issues we struggle with. Therefore, coming back to your same year, you struggle with the same questions. As I said, the era of the passionate promoters is behind us. And then the era of the stabilizers. And getting 1 project, 2 projects, 3 projects. That's also going to be behind us. Now, CMDR 3.0 belongs to whom? Who are our heroes now? Who are our contributors? So, are they reactors or are they working with strategy? If they are working with strategy, what is that? So, some of these questions we need to raise and answer. So, before that, let me live up to my promise. So, that way I am a good person, so I leave it the promise assignment. So, let's go to Korea. So, I hope during the break you got some aspect of looking at the parables of leadership. The situation is very similar to the situation we are in. We are going to take over Amul 3. We are going to take over CMDRI 3.0. Now, what should we do? So, same is the question with this prince. And one day or the other, prince is going to inherit the kingdom. So, king's concern is what? Will my sin live up to the expectations of the citizens, people, and therefore contribute to the growth of the kingdom? And when he hands over to his son, the kingdom should not be weaker, kingdom should be stronger than before. Same is the case with us. When we take charge of Amul 3, when we hand over to our team of successors, we should leave behind an Amul which is stronger than before. Same as with CMDR. So when you hand over to the next batch, you should leave it with them an organization which is stronger than before, not weaker than before. Now this king, therefore, what does he do? So king sends his son to learn. Now very interesting ways of learning is you send the prince to the master. So one of the Korean temples, there is a master waiting. And as you know, masters have their own ways of teaching. So the prince is with the master. So the king tells him, look, I came and studied in this temple. This is how I have built the kingdom. Now it is up to my son to take charge and take the kingdom forward. So the master says, fine. So what is the first assignment? First, I said, go to the forest.
Yeah.
So prince is in the forest. Go to the forest. Now assignment, simple. Listen and report. Very simple assignment. Go, listen and report. So prince, as late as he must have been unhappy that Papa sent him to the temple, master to learn, and this master is praising.
He sent me to
He has sent me to the forest and says not to hunt, so but to go and then listen and come back and report. So he says, what big deal. So 1 month is given, not even 15 minutes are enough. So he said 15 we finished and get go. So what did you hear?
Yeah.
What did you hear? What was his answer? He said, I heard. So I heard the cuckoo singing. Very good. I heard the lion roaring. Very good. Okay, then what else? So I heard the sound of the river. Fine. So then he says, son, you have to go back.
Again he was sent.
So he was sent again. Again, he is very frustrated. As it is, he was frustrated. Now he is frustrated more. So then he says, this guy is crazy. But maybe crazy people do wonderful things. So he listened and listened and listened. Then he heard something interesting.
Yes.
First is he heard the sound of the grass drinking the morning dew. So normally you don't hear. This guy must be very attentive. And then he heard the grass drinking the morning dew, or the sound of the petal when the flower opened. So then he said, maybe this crazy master must be wanting this. He went back and reported. So, look, this is what I heard. Then master is happy. He said, now you can now go back and do the kingdom for the simple reason that most of the time when you are the leader in charge, nobody tells you what it is. You have to figure it out. When you are the leader in charge, nobody tells you what it is. Nobody shows you what it is. You have to find a way of figuring out. So you can figure out only when you have developed abilities to listen to the untold. Hear the unheard. See what is not shown. And feel what is not felt. So the pain of the people, you have to feel it. They will not come and complain at all. But by the time they complain, it may be too late and you have lost the kingdom. So this is the story. Now
Can
question.
you relate that to Amul?
Now that's a question to you. Why are you in the forest? Why are you in the forest? Why are you in the forest? What is this? Like we all went and then spent some time with this. We must be as frustrated as the prince. No? I mean, this master is really crazy. Now, how do you see this? How do you see the world? Now, for us, what is this forest? Forest for me is the market. Go to the market and listen and come back. So if I am Prince 1, old Prince, what will I do? What are there? There's haggling going on. It's a fish market. So people are not agreeing. So it is only heard here the other. But what is not told? What is it that the customers want? What are the real needs? Similarly, on the supply side, what do the suppliers want? What are their needs? Like example, for a long time in Amul, the milk that was delivered to the first collection unit used to go sour. So then the collecting agent will reprimand the housewife. So what kind of a milk have you got? It has gone sour. Tomorrow you better be careful. So again the milk is gone. And then the conclusion is that these guys don't know how to milk and then deliver the milk. I tell them 100 times to milk at the right time and bring it when the milk is still warm. So that's one analysis. What would be the second analysis? Second, something, there must be really something wrong which this story is not telling. Unless I ask questions, the housewife will not tell. So then further interaction showed that this housewife had only one vessel. The vessel that was used to cook rice and dal was the same vessel which was used to collect milk the next day. If the vessel is not clean, what happens to the milk? So then breakthrough number 1 came from the extension people. Ensure that there are 2 separate vessels. Vessel number 1 for cooking, vessel number 2 for milk. So I would have, as Prince 1, continue to ridicule the housewife and say, if you don't do it again, you will be off. Your name will be struck off the members list. I will not collect milk from you. Go and give milk to the traders. So therefore, listen to the hidden voices. Most of the time, as leaders in charge, we hear what is told, we don't hear what. Now the question to us is, when you are in the market, does the customer really tell you what it is? Or for that matter, does the supplier tell you why it is happening, why is it happening? Sometimes there are only signals and cues. Or for that matter, the regulator. Does the regulator tell you why he is doing what he is doing? It is no different from your thesis being rejected. So you have to figure out. So how will you figure out? You will figure out only when you have developed those abilities to what we say, go beyond and go behind. Go beyond and go behind. Then you will realize, why is this milk going so? Why is our cheese rejected? Why is not the market buying? Why is the market still buying from the trader? Despite all our efforts, our rural household continues to borrow from the local money lender. Why? Even with the best of banks available around. So unless you ask why and go beneath, halt and build, you will not be able to really understand what the issue is, which the Japanese have called, you ask why, how many times? 5 times at least. Then you will realize what needs to be observed, what needs to be seen. Especially when we go on our data collection drive. One way or data to millionaire drive, there is nobody to give us data. Maybe we are not asking the right question. We are not observing the right things. We are not checking and self-checking. Therefore, let us ask this prince. So prince, listen and report. Attempt 1, pass or fail. First attempt, fail. First attempt, fail. But he went there and took the whole extra assignment lightly, came back, reported something, his master said. Attempt 2. Pass or fail? Pass. And then now the prince is very, very happy. See, let's go. Now, question is, why did you pass in the second? Why did you fail in the first attempt? And why did you pass in the second attempt? Unless we are able to get insight into that, the story is just a story which I tell to my grandchildren. Long, long, long ago, there was a king and a prince. But why this happened? Why is it that attempt 1 is a failure? Attempt 2 is a success. Same is with the cooperative. Attempt 7 to organize the cooperatives. One who moves around. First attempt, who is coming? Second attempt, something happened and at least 250 liters of milk would be collected. Competing with Paulson or sending to BMS. Attempt 1 failed. In fact, there is a milk commissioner. Milk commissioner says, what kind of milk are you giving Korean? All that is rubbish. Goes so. Failure in pasteurization. So, this is what happened between attempt 1 and attempt 2? What happened between attempt 1 and attempt 2? That is, second attempt you passed and first attempt you failed. What happened? Same prince, no? What has happened?
He listened carefully.
He listened carefully to what? So that's very interesting, no?
What is required?
Listen carefully to what? Before reporting, first is, he says, I listen. I listen to what is not told. Carefully to. Just listen carefully to what? Like, not just he listened carefully to, and processed. What he was doing in the forest, he must have been something beyond that, no? Listen carefully to
Inner mind.
what? Yeah, he said, listen and report. I listen carefully. First is what is expected. Unless you know what is the standard, what is desired, appearing for the exam has no meaning. So somebody says, you scored 55 out of 100, you are still failed. Well, I went with the presumption of 35 out of 100 is pass. But the standard was 65.
99 out of 520.
Ah. Fail, okay. So, therefore, desired output, desired standard. So, therefore, desired goals. Have you listened to, formulated, understood what goal you are after?
Is it that in the first attempt, the master did not give him the appropriate instructions or the desired instructions?
Very rarely masters give appropriate instructions. So therefore, to get this desired output and a comprehension of the standards,
Is that sound?
comprehension of the standards, you have to build your own competencies.
This is what we say learning by doing.
Competencies to stretch based on simple clues. A loud noise is not expected because expectation from the king or expectation from the kingdom is learn to build beyond the obvious. Build beyond the obvious. Because what is obvious, everybody will catch. So how will you create the distinctive advantage which we talked about? One who listens to the market carefully and differently is the one who builds beyond the market. Why were we able to see the opportunity for ice cream, while others were not able to see the opportunity for ice cream? We listened, we looked at, we understood, we built the competence. Therefore, the desired output, in terms of whether it is standards or goals or whatever you call, competencies. And competencies you may not have from day one. But are you investing in building those competencies? Therefore, what the master did not tell you was, there are certain deficiencies in the competencies you have applied. Identify that and then build competencies. Therefore, there are two interesting things that are there if I am building beyond the obvious. One is what we call leveraging. This is a very interesting financial term, leverage. You use debt to build your business. Whereas, are you using the existing competencies well to respond? You can run with better speed. Are you using that? Second thing is learning to build. So the next base of competence will come from this. What you have leveraged, whatever you are picking, you moved around. Even familiarity with the forest is a competence. If you send me, I may just get lost. He doesn't get lost. He goes, spends some time. So he applies his investments to build competencies, to leverage, use existing competencies, and rise us to contribute to the desired output. What else has happened? This is one thing. So I learned to leverage, I learned to learn, and then I tried to therefore build beyond the obvious. As they said, see the unshown. Many a times, what is shown to you is not what actually is the thing. So we had a very interesting situation where in a textile mill, in fact, they specialize in producing white dhotis. Now, dhoti itself is something which is unknown, a vanishing product, but those were.
No, sir.
Huh?
It is
Very good. Thanks to Ramaraj, is it?
everywhere.
As a fashion
Everywhere it has
Ah,
come.
So, the white dhoti, after the production got over and was about to go to the market, you would notice a small yellow line.
Border.
Therefore, it is rejected. So, the white, no border required. The middle can't be a border. So, then they are wondering, what is happening? They searched all around production process. Everything was fine. But still that yellow line was coming. So then they said, let us check the walls. So in the wall there was a small hole. What has that hole to do with the wall? Line in between line that's coming in. Then they said that beyond there is a sulfur in it. So as the sulfur is burning, all those wonderful yellow particles come through the wall and get deposited during the production process. So unless you go beyond the obvious, you will not be able to get this. And that's true for us as guides. You are all guides. Invariably the same draft is coming back. Why? So either the desired output was not understood or communicated as is properly. Therefore, the other side is leverage, learn. The key is through an involvement. The nature of this involvement is so if Dalia had not invested his time to involve himself again and again in trials, error, testing, counter-testing, failing, succeeding, leveraging, you would not have been able to see his power. So therefore the nature of involvement in learning to get the desired output. It was very clear. I worked in Kraft cheese. My supervisor there should be proud of this product, though it has come from buffalo milk. But cheese is cheese. Because my child does not ask whether it is Amul cheese, buffalo based or cow based. Till such time, Britannia started advertising, it is cow milk based cheese. Then we realized cow milk cheese is separate. For us, we didn't even make a distinction between buffalo milk and cow milk when we bought milk. So we just bought milk, it will be standardized 1.5% fat. Now it is separately available. Cow's milk, A2 cow's milk, then buffalo milk, then regular milk. So therefore the nature of involvement, passive, active. In example, one way is, anyway, I have to become the king. So I put in all these efforts. What will happen? The master will throw me out. Papa has no option. Papa has to accept me. If Papa accepts me, why will he? So therefore, active involvement, passive involvement, purposive involvement, random. So the nature of involvement will decide the kind of competencies to develop. And what else happened? Where is it happening? All this, where is it happening? The communication of the desired outcome. And then Dixit Sahib says, it was not communicated properly. Then what is the place? It's a great thing that this fellow did not tell me properly. This is what I wanted. If you don't communicate properly, you end up with a product you did not want. The standards were not known. What we call the SOPs were not known. In the first attempt, let's say, when I went to the forest, only the lions were roaring. So, for example, only the experimenting customers were in the market. I thought market has a great potential, so we used to increase the volume. Then I realized that there are only a handful of experimenting customers. The large followers did not arrive. So what do we call that? So to be able to build my competencies, for leveraging, learning, involve myself not once, again and again. I need what we are calling the context. The context of teaching learning. See, like example, as we go further, we realize that some masters don't speak for days together. You stare at me, I stare at you. So that is the context. As opposed to a situation where before you enter the cabin, the master has started blurting out what kind of a bloody draft you have given. One sentence does not agree with the other one. So that's also a therefore there is a context. So what is this context where resources are available? Context where processes are taking place, teaching learning. So therefore, when I look at the whole idea of the sound of forest, is there a hidden communication that is going on which we need to unearth before we move forward? Is there any hidden communication that is coming from the prince in the sound forest who has some very interesting messages to communicate? All of us. Attempt 1 and attempt 2. Attempt 2 is past and is going. Attempt 1, what it is, we like to say, this guy didn't know the desired output, he didn't know what the standards were, he didn't know what goes on, he had to figure out. Because he lived in a context where these things are not explicitly communicated. So, like many a time, my colleagues used to say their guides were very good PG teachers. Why? When we became the student in the postgraduate PhD class, they stopped talking to us. Well, either you figure out. Why should I talk to you? That is the context. So, context of regulation, context of resource availability. See, like from 1946 context is different from the 2025 context, where resources of different kind are available. See, like AI is coming in a big way. Information technology is available. Every farmer has a mobile phone. Therefore, every farmer has an app which BCMM has developed, and that app exactly tells him how much milk was delivered by him, what was the fat content, how much money has been deposited in his bank account. So, should he go to the local collection agent to find out? So, therefore, the resource availability, processes, regulations, all that are part of the context. And in response to being in that context against his learning and against his endowment, he is also in his own context. So he learned, he involved himself. And that involvement, when it is okay, then it, as we said, supply and demand match. Otherwise, the prince has to go back to the master. Now, what is the hidden message? If we are able to extract that hidden message, then that's going to serve us when we come back from Korea and Anand to CMPR. So what is the hidden message? When we put these two together, what does the prince tell the master? What does the prince tell the master when he looks at both sides? Forest 1, forest 2.
Inner feeling.
Inner feeling and
feeling for the means, problems which are not noticed, but shown, but you feel it.
You feel it.
Inside. So
So
that
unless there
is,
is a trigger, you won't respond.
that is necessary.
So participation is the key for.
Okay, active involvement.
Active involvement.
Any other? Sir, what do you think? Yes, sir. What do you think is the hidden message which you want to unearth for the next generation of CNDR scientists and researchers, including you? What is the hidden
Priorities maybe,
priorities? Could be yes, any other?
because based on my the priority, I should plan it in that way. The CMDR or Amul can proceed further. What the generation is coming to, what they interest.
Okay.
So that is what I.
Developing.
Motivation.
Motivation. Okay. Any other?
Leveraging our efforts.
Leveraging competencies, efforts. In fact, when you put all this together, there is something what we all in the management world are happy about is the model. There is an emerging model there.
Yes.
Model of an organization which achieves an objective. So if you have to get that model out based on the two, the model will be there is an outcome which is expected. That outcome could be as simple as 5 research projects being funded by world's leading financing agencies. Outcome. Now, but that outcome does not come because I want that outcome, which we have called your desired outcome, goals and what not, or aspirations. But that doesn't happen because I wished it. Now, this happens only when I am involved. Therefore, involvement. What is the nature of involvement? What kind of effort are you taking? See, like example, whenever I submitted my draft, my guide, most of you understand Hindi? कोल्हू का बैल क्यों बन रहे हो? कोल्हू का बैल, is that ox which moves round and round and round. You are doing the same thing again and again. You are not going to produce a different outcome doing the same thing and again. Your involvement has to be different. Same here. Ask a new set of questions. Ask a different set of questions. See whether an alternative means are available. Therefore,
Approach, different
the
approach.
approach, different methodology, different tools. See, like for example, one day my guide would say, I am sick and tired of your differentiation under the integration sign. Write one paragraph and come home. So mix methods, qualitative, quantitative. Get insights from this. So then you would say, no, don't write all these scholarly things. Tell me as if you are telling a child. If you are stuck, then door is open. Don't think my guide was that bad. He was quite nice. Guides are always nice.
That is shown, that is visible.
So, to get that involvement, what do I need? So to get that involvement, I need what I call the competencies. Can you do this? Competencies and resources. Do you have those resources? No. So, like example, he went there to listen very, very carefully from an observation where the flower has bloomed. Then there is a visualization which is there that there is a sound which is coming in. Let me listen again. So there are competencies to visualize, there are competencies to imagine, there are competencies to connect the dots, there are competencies to communicate. So there's a whole lot of competencies that are involved. For example,
Then can you connect it that very seriously, sincerely observing that how the flower is to market
our
so that
Dalaya wants Kraft cheese.
in the market.
Dalaya wants Kraft cheese. Therefore, every day milk is going sour. And somebody has told him, sour milk is the first input for the making of cheese. What is missing? What is missing? I am using sour milk. But what is the next step? So add salt. It's called brine solution. So your cheese is always tasting salty. It's salty cheese, because that curdled milk, which is the curd, is kept at some temperature. Is the dairy person in brine solution, salt. Again kept further. How many iterations are required to get the right outcome? Then he said, this is it. So I'll give you another interesting example, not from dairy. So there is a very interesting article called fast heat. The fast heat. Now in this fast heat, here is this company called Samsung. Have you bought any of the Samsung appliances?
TV.
And what else?
Fridge.
Mobile, and oven, microwave oven. In fact, microwave oven of Samsung is probably the best and the only one probably now in the marketplace. Long ago, when the leaders of microwave oven product in the market were General Electric, Litton Industries. They were producing to the order of 1 million microwave oven for the market. So the company called General Electric decided that it will outsource the production to low-income countries so that they can reduce cost and become price competitive. So they went to Japan. By that time, Japan had started producing some of the electronic appliances, especially the entertainment electronics and all that. En route, the scientists thought Korea is on the side. Why not I visit some of the Korean companies? So one of the struggling Korean companies was Samsung at that time. So the engineer who visited the Korean company Samsung described the Korean laboratory. The Korean laboratory was described as worse than an American school science laboratory. So that is the description of the R&D engineer of General Electric. But still he said, we need a backup. So even if they produce one microwave oven after 5 years, it's okay, but we need a backup. So he placed an order. But he said, I'm going to give you only one micro oven for study. You have to figure out on your own and then produce. So there is one guy, a scientist in Samsung called Chu. So Chu tried to figure out what is the material involved, how does the heating take place, and all that. So one day after several failures, he puts together a microwave oven. The final test is you have to put the switch on and it should not burn the insides. So his wife is also standing behind, and unfortunately the plastic and everything melts. So his wife tells Chu, you must be really mad. Okay. Because after all these attempts, end of the result is it has failed. Okay. So Chu says at that time, yes, I must be the worst person as a scientist because world is producing 1 million microwave ovens. I am not able to produce even one. So does he give up? He goes back, like Prince, and says, why did this melt? How did it melt? What is the requirement of the market? Which material can substitute? And lo and behold, General Electric has closed down its microwave oven unit, and Samsung is one of the largest and most sophisticated producer of microwave oven. So they involve themselves, they build competencies, they try to reach the desired outcome. How did they figure out? Which guy told them? They figure out through introspection, analysis, scenario writing, rethinking, trying out and make it. But is the market waiting? See, like example, there was some internal said, take your time, we'll wait. But seldom do the regulator says, take your time, you wait. See, those of you who have participated in NIRF surveys or NAC accreditation studies, the person who has landed, he can't wait. So therefore, the other one which is going to decide is the context in which you are operating. Is the market benevolent and giving you that kind of time for you to experiment, learn and build? Or is the market requiring the product today itself? COVID, everybody wanted the vaccine yesterday. So by the time the vaccine really came, nobody wanted the vaccine. Then you have to force that on people.
Yes.
A regulatory context. Therefore, when I realized that I am realizing my aspirations, am I able to see this in action? The context decides the outcome, outcome decides the context. Now it's available, let's go and buy more. Oh, and behold, the demand booms. It's worth experimenting, let's go. So therefore, what we see is the dynamics of this. So over a period of time, when we saw from 1946 till now, what we saw in Amul was just the management of this. The context then will say maybe it's internal, maybe the context is external, maybe outcome desired, or sometimes the outcome will be undesired, what we call unintended consequences. So we do not want this, but something else has happened. Demonetization. Desired consequence, that we are able to put back all our 500 rupees and 2000 rupees. But undesired consequence, massive corruption. So the even Prime Minister came on the TV and said something wrong has happened. So what is important to read from the story of the Prince and the Sound of the Forest is the unearthing of this model. And is this model applicable only to the Sound of the Forest? It's applicable to Amul, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 as you build. The same questions. What is the desired outcome now? And how do we build that? Who will decide what is desired and what is not desired? What is the desired outcome? And for that, are the existing competencies sufficient or not sufficient? Desired outcome is speed. So your paper has to be submitted tomorrow. Your draft is not ready. And your director says, why don't you use ChatGPT and modify it appropriately? Because the other guy should not use the same ChatGPT prompt. So do you have that competence? Therefore, what is the context? Because it is this context which gives me opportunities. It is this context which gives me threats. It is this context which gives me constraints. And it is this internal context which gives me my resources, my strength, and my weaknesses and my constraints. For example, tomorrow if I want to switch over from a 2-dairy Amul to a 1000 animal Amul, will I be able to do it? As I said, China has successfully experimented with what is called cow hotel. That is, you bring your cow, they check in there, They are well fed, they are milked, and after some time they are sent back like hotel. Is it going to be successful here? If not, then what are our concrete experiments? What are our innovations? So suddenly you start looking at the way things move. Then is your involvement inappropriate? Is the outcome desired inappropriate? For example, first one we didn't even ask what it was about, opportunity. So that is the outcome of zone in the forest. And as you go forwards, you CMDR 3.0, you have to ask the same set of questions. What is the desired output? On what dimensions? Is it just submitting 2 reports on tobacco and 1 report on healthcare, or yet another one on education, or it is something bigger than that? But who has to figure that out? Or if funding is rejected, who has to figure that out? So do we have the competencies? What new competencies? How do we get those competencies out? Who is going to help us? We figured out finally. For example, there is a very interesting movie called Kung Fu Panda, first one. See it on YouTube. The master does not teach that fist of the thumb. So then the Tai Lung, whoever is the opponent, villain, he says, how did you figure out? I figured it out myself. So can you figure it out yourself? Then what is the process? So involve to know the outcome, involve to deliver the outcome, involve to build competencies, involve to understand the context, and the cycle moves on. Static cycle is static, and it keeps changing. So the context again keeps changing, it's not in my hand. Who imagined that AI will be my next enemy? Because the other day one of my colleagues told me that there were 19 identical answers in the classroom. 19 identical. How will you grade? How will you find out who has done what kind of a chat GPT? Fortunately, you guys have no problem. No? So you don't have to grade. So this is the outcome. Now the question is, when I go to the forest again, now this time the prince is again unhappy. Why is he unhappy? Everybody is complaining to the prince that your father was better than you. So you are not delivering the outcome as your predecessors have delivered. So in way that happens, the leader who preceded you is a better leader than yourself. But there is another statement, all new leaders want to prove that the previous leaders were better. As everybody now said, Manmohan Singh is a good Prime Minister. Now, Prince is unhappy. He says, how come everybody is saying you are not a good king and your father was a better king and he delivered, you did not deliver. So what do we do? This time we can't send him to the forest and say go and observe. So what will you do? Complaint is your father is better than you. You are a poorer king than your father. So what should the master do? What should the disciple do? What will you do now? How do I tell him? I can't tell the citizens, You see, I studied under the master and then I heard this and he has given me good grade and now you are saying, look, your father was better than you. So that takes us to the second parable. Very interesting parable called fire and water. Fire and water. Master does something interesting. First master, lights a fire, burning bright, everywhere, successful, wonderful. And next day he takes him to a river bank where the lighting event had happened and shows it. Now tell me what happened to that fire, where is it? What has it reduced the paper to? Ashes. Is there any trace of the fire? But look at this river. What is happening? It's flowing on its own. So it's carrying on all the people along. So therefore, what is the lesson? So you want to be fire or you want to be water? Or you want to be both? So therefore, the issue there is, when the outcome is success, should this be one big bang? Fire? Or should it be sustained? Because tomorrow also you have to come to CMDR and start writing your report. One presentation today does not end your life. So therefore the whole idea is, cheese is very successful. One success or a stream of successes. Ice cream is successful. One success or a stream of successes. Then how do you break? So therefore one big bang may be like fire. But finally, like the river, it keeps flowing. And you have to take people along. The river has to carry the people along. Otherwise, what will be left is only ashes. We had a king. And then we'll say his father was better. So this again he learns. Now I am enlightened. Always enlightened now. Always enlightened. Now again he starts working. Now this time what happens to the king? Now his king is back. It's better not to be fire. One big bang doesn't help. I have to be very nicely streamlined and all that. Again he says, Master, I am not able to progress. Wherever I go, I find a stumbling block. No project is approved. What is happening? Same here. Amul, initial failure, series of failures. Or for that matter, Amul 2, replication. State government after state governments are either rejecting the proposal of Korean or they are welcoming but not doing anything. So there is a whole band of criticism against Operation Flood. So white revolution or colored revolution and whatnot. So therefore what? So master is patient this time. The context is benevolent. What does the master do now? He takes them to a stream, a brook as they call it. There is this lessons from the babbling brook. Lessons from the babbling brook. Now he says, you observe the stream, what it is doing. What does the stream do? Does it stop when it comes across a block? Does it stop? It doesn't stop. It moves forward. How does it move forward? It finds some way of fighting it out. It finds some way of moving in another direction. And it doesn't lose its energy to fight and then move forward because it's very clear I need to keep moving. If you are clear in terms of what you want to do and reach there, you be at it all the time. Don't give up. So he says, look at this. Constraints will be there. But look at that stream. What does that stream do? Well, it just overcomes the constraints by finding an alternative way. It finds an alternative way and then progresses. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop like a pond and then stay there. A pond is just there. It doesn't move. But this one finds alternatives. Therefore he says, when you involve, will there be blocks? Yes, there will be blocks. Should you stop? Should you stop? Don't stop. But what gives me the confidence that I can move? What gives the confidence? It's possible to progress. So that is where, look at your competencies again. Look whether in the context you are, there is some soft soil. Examine the context. Look at the competencies. Again move, but don't stop. Keep moving. As they say, be Johnny Walker. That's all I can say, not more, because I come from a state which prohibits. Now that is how he says, involve, there will be blocks, there will be constraints. Don't be bogged down by that. If you are bogged down, then you will be a stagnant person. Struggle. See whether in the opportunity you are, context you are in, has some small, very smallest of the small opportunity to stay on and fight. So there is one film called Jolly LLB 2. I don't know if you have seen. So his license to practice is terminated. But he says, "1 घंटा तो है ना? Let me fight in this 1 hour. Let me fight in this 1 hour." So find out in the context whether there are opportunities, however small, whether there are opportunities, however small, and move. So he goes back, and now he's very happy. King, now I'll be better than my father. I'm not worried in any way by the blocks that are on the way. Now what happens? Now what happens? King is happy, unhappy? King is able to make a mark, not able to make a mark? Again, king is not able to. He says, I know what the desired outcome is. I'm not able to reach this desired outcome, what you call the goal, the aspiration. So, master, because master has made a promise to the king, his father, that I'll make him a good king. Otherwise, master feels bad. So now what will you do? This time again, I tried, there are stumbling blocks, I tried to fight. But end of the day, complaint is the same. You are not as good as your father. You are not as good as your father. So what will you do? This time he says, don't resign. Last time at least wait. Don't resign. Because he was planning to resign and go to the forest. And once you go to the forest, you are not worried about what the citizens say and all that. Before you go to the forest, let's do something interesting. Next day, let us walk together down the mountain. So invariably, these masters stay on the mountain or deep in the forest and all that. So he walks down, first at the top of the pyramid. He says, what do you see? Beautiful rainbows, nice, wonderful lawns. So then they come down, what do you see? Now I see, these hens and all moving around, jumping out of them. Then come down, what do you see? Then he says, what I am seeing is the life of the people. Then you come down, how they are living, how their things are interlinked. So then he says, now have you understood? So what is the lesson? What is the lesson, Prince?
You have to come into deep.
Change the level to see what is happening. So therefore he says, what you cannot see from one side,
You have seen more.
you can see from the other side. But to see from the other side, you have to go there. You have to see from the other side, you have to go there. People are suffering in COVID and minting money. All my doctor friends, first thing they did after COVID got over was they bought bungalows, villas and whatnot. Okay? So you have to see how people are being treated and what is the other side. But to see what is the other side, you have to go to that other side. See, I found only the other day, one of my relatives said that they got their father's name changed from Shamachar to Shamrao. Because in that field, record, there is a record in the field. His father's name was written as Shamachar, but on Aadhaar card, Shamram. So he says, he got it done. That is very good, congratulations. Then he said, you should have seen the other side. Because first time I gave that talati 40,000 rupees. Okay, next time he had the guts to ask 3 times more than what you paid last time. Then, country mein corruption hai? Nahi hai. Nahi. Because you are seeing only this side. So therefore, change the lens. When you are seeing the same outcome again and again, repeated again and again, change the lens. Maybe you are not using the right kind of processing the sour milk. You are not approaching the market correctly. So, like for example, you just can't make a statement and wait for the market to come. So ice cream in many places, you did not listen carefully. Like example, with lot of enthusiasm, Amul came to Karnataka. Only to be received with open arms? Not at all. Massive fight. Nandini versus Amul.
It was more political.
Will not, but you should see the other side. No, if I am J.N. Mehta trying to enter, this is all waste of resource for me. No? Political or no political. So, we are waste of resource. So, see it from the other side. So, therefore, whole idea is if you are the leader in charge, don't wear only one lens. Wear multiple lenses and see the same phenomena because it gives you another side. And these sides are important for triangulation purposes. And then you see your future. But don't tell him, no, Jirle Sahib, you change your lens. Now, therefore, the other side is, when the desired outcome is not happening, change the side. Involve yourself differently. To involve yourself differently, look at different competencies. See the context again. See the context again and see what you can do. Is the king happy? The 4 times he has gone to school. So now is the king happy now?
No.
Why? See, everything is fine and then.
No, I just observed and
He has seen the desired outcome, competencies, context, involvement.
Change has to be
He has
brought
done all and all. Still you are not happy.
change has to be brought in.
Change has to be brought in for what purpose and where?
Good production.
For what production? What shape? So the next thing is that he goes to the master again. Master, nobody is listening to me. I am trying very hard. So I have this wonderful generals in charge of managing horses, managing territories, reading maps, but finally nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. So we are not able to realize the final outcome. I don't know why. Nobody is looking up to me. I am putting hard, giving them whatever they require. The guy who is in charge of infantry is getting what he wanted. The guy who is in charge of weaponry, I am giving what he wanted. But nothing is happening. So that is where the last story of the parable is called wheel and light. What happens in this wheel and light? He says people individually are bright, but they are not adding up to an outcome which is expected. They are not adding up to an outcome which is expected because the organization is poor. That is, you are not able to give them space. At the same time, you are not able to see the interdependencies and create space for managing those interdependencies. And then they are not drawing inspiration from the same larger goal. So therefore, each one is chasing his own horse. Therefore, wheel and light says that it is not just the spoke of the wheel that gives strength to the wheel, but it is the placing of the spokes and the way they are bound together. Because same spokes in another wheel differently located would give higher strength than here. That is, you may have people who are competent in different zones, but if they are not given space properly and if they are not given recognition of the opportunity to integrate through interdependencies, you will again fail. See, like example, I'll give you a live example, documented also. So I come from IIM Ahmedabad. IIM Ahmedabad, what is our ranking? Number one, number one, number one, number one. When I left, it was number one. When I joined, it was number one. Now also it is number one. IIM Calcutta. Number two. Though they are older than us by 1 month. Then now 3, now 4, now 5. Now people are trying to understand what is happening. What is happening? Why is it that this wheel and light is not matching? Now then they said, okay, let us look at the spokes. Now where did the competency holders, we also need people to teach accounting, finance, we need people to teach marketing, business policy, to do research. So then they found that IIM Calcutta had recruited stars. They had done their PhD in MIT, they had done their PhD in Columbia, they had published in the best possible journals. IIM Ahmedabad, ordinary people. Somebody was an accountant, having passed his CA. Somebody was working as a statistical analyst in a textile mill. So they got these people. So very ordinary, had not made any impact. Nobody figured in who is who. But end of the day, when everything happened and then things stayed in place, Ahmedabad was number one and Calcutta started struggling all through. Why? So that is where they found the power of the wheel. Each spoke had some strength, but the totality gave them larger strength. Then we invested in faculty development. We invested in creating opportunities. We invested in creating a culture, where you could sit in each other's class, understand, organize, work the whole night for preparation and make it happen. Therefore, the whole idea is, when you are engaged in creating this outcome, you are not alone. You are not the only holder of competencies. You are the leader in charge, doesn't mean that you are the only holder of these competencies, but the competencies are held by several others. All of them have to come together to contribute to this larger whole, well bound, but well placed. See, like example, he says we social scientists are very proud of our field, but we don't engage in interdisciplinary research. Though we say we have to do interdisciplinary. By saying interdisciplinary research does not happen. It happens by recognizing interdependencies. It happens by sharing each other's comprehension, nature of involvement, nature of competencies, and what we call handing over and taking over. When do you hand over in your research project? And what do you take over and how do you build? And it is this which makes a center, a multidisciplinary center, or as the people from multinational literature say, multi-domestic center. Like multinational organizations, either organizer multi-domestic. You are in India, you are India man. You are in England, you are a UK man. But there is no interlinkage. They are multi-domestic as opposed to a global corporation where you buy and sell. So 5 parables trying to help us strengthen this model in one format or the other. So keep reading this. So for example, when you design Amul 3.0, the prime question is, how do you find for Amul the desired outcome now? 1946 desired outcome, ensure that surplus milk is sold at a remunerative price and there is no exploitation either during the lean season or during surplus season. We manage. But next one was ensure that there is value addition to the milk, man-milk. Now go all around and replicate man-milk. Now what will you do? What are the challenges which are helping us to design the desired outcome? The desired outcome. And if this is the desired outcome, what is the nature of involvement? Now, desired outcome may come from the new context you are in. All our processes are AI enabled. In fact, I worked with the university on an assignment, and then the vice chancellor said, all our processes are AI enabled. What does that mean? A slogan, or it is some interesting action, context. And therefore, competencies, same or different. So what new competencies, what same competencies? What is the new context? What is it telling about the nature of involvement? And because AI says what you did yesterday is not right. And every time, I see an app, it says, if you are spending 30 minutes to work out this formula, you have wasted your time. I'll find an AI tool which will solve everything in 3 minutes. 27 minutes work. But I tell him, look, I have 30 minutes, I have 60 minutes. I can waste because I have nothing else to do. So then should I use AI? So therefore, what are the issues involved? So keep looking at this. Keep looking at this. And then come back. Whether it is parable 1 builds this, parable 2 strengthens this, parable 3 strengthens this further, and lessons are very interesting. And the same lessons we carry forward. In fact, there is a very interesting article. As I said, that's why I said, read all the 4 articles, discuss them again, called Strategic Intent. There is an article called Strategic Intent by C.K. Prabhat and Hammer. Now, what they asked 3 questions. One is, why do big companies fail? Like, big companies, Ford, General Motors, big companies, Canon, Xerox, and they're big companies, IBM, why do they fail? But the other side of the story is, why do small companies, unheard of companies of yesterday, they come up and succeed? Who had heard of Zomato? Who had heard of Blinkit? If I came from somewhere, now they are a part of our life. So why does this happen? What is there in these companies? Now that is where they go back and ask the same question to this model. That is, this desired outcomes. Should there be a fit or a misfit? Should there be a fit or should there be a misfit between current resources and desired outcomes? Like, for example, CMDR, small, this location, very small. Should you be dreaming of becoming the next food policy research institute of the world? Food policy research. It's also small, like this only. But today they are a global thing. There is no study which they have not done. Should you be dreaming of that? Why not? So can you say, okay, look at us, we don't even have a series of blackboards like them. We don't have a parking space like them. We don't even have bright MIT PhDs or Princeton PhDs like them. How can we do that? The answer is given there. When you are nobody, you have every right to aspire to be somebody sometime. So, like example, they give the example of Komatsu. Komatsu is what? What does Komatsu do? It's in the construction business. Wherever you go around, wherever construction is happening, you see these Komatsu machines. If not Komatsu, the bigger one is Caterpillar, the yellow Caterpillar. Now there are other JCBs there, Hitachi is there, Hyundai is there, Samsung is there. So when it was small nobody, Caterpillar used to say, Komatsu used to say, I'll kill Caterpillar one day. And impossible. It's like you saying, we are a multidisciplinary research institute, one day we'll beat the Food Policy Research Institute. And we'll get the same kind of grant, probably better grants than them, as an international research agency. So then the question is, this misfit, good or bad, One is misfit demotivates. I mean, I can't be there. Why dream of the stars when I can even not see the bus properly? So what then it also motivates. In fact, what they have tried to do in the strategic intent article is how that misfit motivates you to learn, used to leverage, used to build partnerships. Say, like example, this involvement, all of us think that the prince and the prince and the prince. Why? Why not alone? Why not alliance? Why not alone? Why not alliance? Why not partnerships? Where? See, CMDR is located in this small corner, fine. Does it mean that there are no email facilities, there are no video conferencing facilities to align with somebody else in another country and develop a joint report? Possible. See, if they had not thought of things like that, Infosys would have been a small corner institution with 7 people working hard. So today it has gone beyond because they asked some different questions. So they created a misfit. But misfit as a motivator to collaborate, misfit as a motivator to learn, misfit as a motivator to leverage, and as long as you have these processes, you might be able to reach the desired outcome. That is what it is. Read that. But now the question is, before we say bye to Prahlad, they are all very interesting people in the strategy area. But there is an old guy who asks some old questions, but very useful questions. This model is fine, and then I am happy with the prince, I am happy with Prahlad also. But when they answer all those questions, are they sure about what they are saying? So that is where that article is there. Please read. Are you sure you have a strategy? So are you sure you have a strategy? So there is a very interesting page which gives a diagram. There is a diamond which is called a strategy diamond. So you can open that strategy diamond and then maybe time to take a break for 5 minutes and come back. When we come back, we'll try to see what is that Fredrickson is saying, which is different from what others are saying. So can we break now for? Okay, then we'll continue with the diamond.
Yes.
The diamond says the following thing, very interestingly derived, very helpful, and has been probably the inspiration for many to carry on research of this kind in terms of companies, in terms of countries even. Now, first thing first it says is, are you clear in terms of what your aspirations are? What are you gunning for? What we call the desired outcome. Very interesting. What are you going for? What is the desired outcome? And this desired outcome, how do you get that out? How do you get that out? Now, what is the driver? Now, he says, in this involvement, you invest your competencies, you invest your resources. So, what you are investing your resources, fine. Your resources are invested, you will resource. All of you are investing your time right now in this. You are investing your knowledge base. You are investing the money, whatever money is spending. Now, resources are invested in any involvement. Like even our prince who went to the forest invested his time, invested his intelligence. Now, the question that comes is, for this resource you have invested, what is the return you are expecting? Are you clear about that? In example, if we had asked the same question to V.R. Panchmukhi Sahib, we are creating all this, but after 20 years when we talk to you, what would you like to see as the return on this investment of yours? then you will all gun for that. But do you see yourself as one of the 24 ICSS or institutions created to do some projects? Or do you see yourself as a major force in policies across the world? How do you see that? So that will decide the hunger and the push and the forward. So this whole idea of return on resources invested is a wonderful concept in our finance class, which is called the ROI. What is the ROI and expect? Aspirations. So, unless you are clear about that, whatever you do is fine. It's like that cat which has asked the question, where do you want to go? I don't know where to go. Then go anywhere that takes you there. So therefore, if you are not clear about where to invest the resources, invest anything. My colleague says, don't move a centimeter forward unless you are clear about what the purpose of that movement is. Otherwise, you have all rights in the world to stay lazy. So I come to the office. Return on this thing. Now, aspirations. There are three kinds, normally. One is better than before. Yesterday's outcome. We sold 500 tons of ice cream, now we sell 510, it's okay. Now third one is any benchmark you have. Like for example, CMDR. What is your benchmark? Suppose I say time and resource are not a constraint. So I am one of those boon givers. So I can give you unlimited funds, unlimited time. So what would you like to be? What is your benchmark? So he is a young researcher. What is your benchmark? After 10 years, I meet you and ask you, what have you become? So what is your benchmark? CMDR, what is your benchmark? Unlimited funds, unlimited time, unlimited travel.
Do extraordinary work.
Wait. He is the benchmark builder. No? I'll come to you as the prince. What is your benchmark? What like CMDR is like, as I said, I want to see CMDR as the next FPI, Food Policy Research Institute.
CMDR
As what?
next 10 years should be in top
Name a company, name an institution, name a company. Like, would you like to be IIT Bombay?
in Karnataka, Isaac. Should be Isaac.
ISEC, okay. Higher than ISEC.
Yes.
So what is your benchmark? Higher than ISEC?
I think it should be at the national level. First, it should become my first institute.
Institute of Economic Growth.
Economic.
And shall beat Institute of Economic Growth. At they say, beat Xerox. So, he wants to beat ISEC, he wants to beat Institute of Economic Growth. What do you want to beat?
Academically produce sound.
But finally you will become like what? Princeton, MIT, or Stanford, or some other institution type you have to create, Who are the benchmarkers? Like Canon was there, Komatsu, Caterpillar was there. And then for Samsung, Sony was there.
I wanted to be like a JNU.
JNU. Sir, how about you?
CMDR should become part of Niti Aayog.
Niti Aayog. We are the constant advisors to Niti Aayog. Okay. Not for any global international policy research institute, which Niti Aayog looks forward to,
They should look at us.
Because because Niti Aayog looked at the BCG, McKinsey people said, sorry, you are not allowed. So you want to go beyond. So what is your CMDR?
It should be in the arena of research like IIT Madras.
IIT Madras. What is your meeting?
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एंड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज जितने भी है वो सब CMDR के ऊपर.
But what is the institute? Niti Aayog, he says. Niti Aayog If there is only one institute which is consulted by Niti Aayog, it should be CMDR.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that's how the force,
Yes, sir.
And whatever is that resource, competencies, project capability, mastering things. So, madam, what
Advice.
is yours? What is yours?
I want CMDR to be CMDR, known as CMDR
Like
forever. But as he said and sir said, like both the governments in India, we are not looking into global, but at least in India, it should be like for something, maybe any area, government has
Some
to
तो नहीं
consult.
आएगा ना, so it is some say in hardcore mathematical modeling.
Yes.
Like for example, at some point in time, Wharton. So if it was mathematical modeling, it was Wharton.
On development issues, like now CMDR wants to be in IKS. Maybe in that area it should be there. Like we are doing tobacco research, of course government is looking to us. So like that, some 2-3 this specialization at least, not all. Government should look into this aspect. CMDR they should call both central. and
Supposing
state.
for argument's sake, your tobacco research, the entire resource funding is withdrawn. What will the team do?
If the-
Because for the rest, if I have seen your reports, last 15 odd years you are tobacco people, That kind of addiction is quite dangerous, right? So supposing somebody says, no, sorry, we will withdraw all this, what will the team do?
First of all, for CMDR tobacco research is just I think so less than 5% or 10%.
But one team is involved, very passionately.
Not team also like one along with other part. It is just I am telling 5 to 10% only.
About 5 to 10%
But that
vanishes.
is constantly it is there. That's all.
So it's a long term,
It
continuing.
is there. Tobacco is there
So if
always.
that goes, what
But
will you do?
funding is just 1%.
Suppose that goes, what will you do?
Then
You seek an
Now,
order.
if fund is stopped for that, what exactly?
Therefore, that is the larger context of tobacco. Is it study of agricultural diversification? Is it movement away from regulated markets, free markets? So if you are not able to see the larger perspective of that research,
there
you will be stuck with that only, and then suppose that is withdrawn, you don't know what to do. So therefore the larger benchmarks, abstractions. Now I'll give you the first assignment when I did post retirement in this North Karnataka context was organizing a seminar on the management of religious institutions. So the participants in my program were the pujaris of Hanuman temple, heads of trusts, mutts, they're all there, including people from the Venkateshwara University temple. So we asked them a simple question. That is, can you tell us what will you do if tomorrow you open the doors, Garbhagudi, and there is no pujari is inside, but there is no devotee. What will you do? So every Saturday, Nugikiri and there, when you open the door, there is a huge line. That line is not there. What will you do? So this is impossible. This is an exercise which we refuse to do. For a simple reason, as long as there is God in the temple, there are devotees outside waiting. The minute it says Kausalya Supraja Rama, there are people waiting.
as long as there are problems.
So we try to do what ifs and try to say how will you manage finances, how will you manage the salaries of people and all that. So that was a highly theoretical exercise for them. From somebody who has come from Ahmedabad, he doesn't understand the realities of this part of the world. So we all went back. Lo and behold, COVID hit us. When COVID hit us, there are lockdown, temples closed. Even performing puja itself was a great challenge. And devotees did not move out. What happened to the income flow? What happened to the finances? And believe me, TTD, Tirupati Tirumala Trust, found it difficult to pay the salaries of their priests because all their funds were locked in some FDs. So So that there is an aspect other than just waiting and doing puja was not thought of at all. When we try to communicate, the need to manage the mutt as a whole, by looking at all functions.
Just a question, sir.
Yeah.
For any research issue for CMDRC, if fund stops, the same question, what will?
If fund stop, then you are not thought through.
Yes.
Because the research you are doing is at the concrete level coming from the funds given by ICSSR grant. But a good researcher is one who visualizes the stream, that is what we saw, sun and water. One big bang or a series. So therefore, when you have proposed it to ICSSR, there are two other projects which are lined up. One waiting for the approval of another agency, other one in the draft stage. If you have seen that series, then it is not one sunshine. So most of us work with one big bang, fire. But look at the stream.
So I think CMDR is doing that way, all these
Then
things.
good, very good, great job.
Because one may find tobacco because tobacco is there every year. 5% only or even 1% only, sometimes 1% only, it is there every year. But there is a
By design or by default?
multidisciplinary.
By design or default?
It's by interest.
Interest.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
we have been doing research on tobacco control. For that only we have got a WHO award. We have recognized it as a Nobel
That's true. So
Research
what next?
Institute.
So what
Sir is
next?
asking
No.
what next?
What next? Sun has shone. Like example, fire. Yesterday fire was burning bright. We got the best possible award. And today it's ashes.
No, this is the result of all these years.
What next?
No, it will
Yes,
continue.
yes.
No, it will continue.
What sir
to
is
burn.
asking, that's only I am
What
answering.
next?
After WHO
That-
award, what will be the next?
What
That
next?
is what sir
No,
asked.
last year only we got.
No, but it doesn't
Every
matter.
year we cannot.
No, sir.
Only yesterday the fire was burning.
Whether are you aspiring for Nobel now?
Bigger award, higher award.
That is what sir intention.
See,
He asked that,
Yeah, above.
better than
That
before.
is,
it is the feeling, many people ask me, is CMDR tobacco center? No, I told tobacco is only just 5%. We are doing on decentralized, we are doing on rural development, we are doing on ethnography, we are doing mostly on water. And
but-
I am doing more on water, but because it is there every year.
But public does not know, no? You get identified, branded,
Yes,
that way.
but
So,
that is not.
therefore the other thing is aspiration based on theoretical ideals. An institution which was nominated for the Nobel Prize. Why WHO should recognize us? We are so unhappy, but somebody else who should have really understood us did not understand. There is a common man. He says, you talk so much about diversification and I am not getting my quota of BDs. Down with CMDR.
Sir, just please,
Yeah.
please, sir.
Yeah.
Morning also.
So this aspiration is the prime driver. If I have limited aspirations, I will work only towards that. The next part he says is this return will come by investing your resource where? That is where the where part happens. So he has created a very interesting concept called arena, where you will be active. Will you be, what kind of products were written, markets, technologies, locations from where, set of activities, where is the arena? Then the next part is, if this is the arena, how will you enter this arena? Alone or alliance? That involvement we had said, alone or alliances? Who are your partners? What do you want to get from them? How do you want to build? Then that is interesting, when you enter this arena, are you the only one there? Like example, you are doing so much work in the area of, let's say, tobacco. Are you the only one in the world who is doing tobacco research?
Hundreds.
Hundreds of them. What is your distinctive advantage? Why are you getting only 5%? Why not 55% and a separate center of excellence in tobacco research?
Oh, that's huge.
That's because the problem is one, it's not like massive. There are two parts, like farmers, as Cesar said, they need tobacco. Whereas
Why are we not able to take the whole thing
Uh,
and then say we are the center for research in tobacco, wherever questions are asked in the world? So therefore, when you enter this, we had said earlier also, there is competition. What is your competitive advantage? To operate here, sustain here. And then there is a very interesting question. How we are doing it? Staging. For example, in that article, Strategic Intent, there is a very interesting table called How Caterpillar was defeated by Komatsu. How they moved from one challenge to the other. Staging one challenge to the next, to the next, to the next, and finally surprised them. So same is the case with Canon, Xerox versus Canon. One product. Today Xerox is not there at all. For that matter, even Canon is not there, because technology has changed significantly. Then all this, how do you align? What is the alignment? So what they are asking is, where are you operating? With what kind of an advantage? Are you doing it alone? Are you staging it? And what is the alignment? To ensure that you all put your mind together and go back and realize the aspirations. So therefore I said, if your aspirations are, let's say 5% is fine. But if your aspiration is the Center for Excellence in Research on prohibited items. Prohibited items. Tobacco is prohibited because it has a negative dimensions. But what we can do, agriculture has come in, is a cash crop. In fact, at some point in time, it was promoted as the cash crop. So in some part of Gujarat, people have become richer and richer. Now I go and tell them, please diversify. So without a viable alternatives, how will you do it? So there were several questions. Example, why can't I ask ITC to close down? So that revenue aspects. And what are the alternative ways of generating revenue for the government, let alone for the farmer? So supposing therefore, tobacco for me is a symbol of a large number of things that should not be done. But they are being done for whatever reasons, historical or otherwise. How do I re-engineer the whole place?
There are alternatives.
Therefore, if you see tobacco as tobacco, it will stay as tobacco. If you see tobacco as a negative legacy, which has come for one reason or the other, and how do I fight that negative legacy? Then it's there's a different way. So therefore, the view of your, the view of the mountain, as they say, that will build the nature of advantage, that will build the arena you are going to back there. And therefore, that article, that diagram is very useful to you, which is this strategy diamond. Are you sure you have a strategy? And from there you try to ask the question, have I answered all the questions that need to be asked? Or am I just staying with, I went to the forest, listened to the sound and came back and reported, and master said, fine, only to go back and find that they say your predecessor was better than what you are. Never come back again. So if I want to avoid that, have I asked all the questions that need to be asked? Therefore, the first thing is what we call, are you complete? Most of the time, we are complicit. We may not be complete. Therefore, there is something called what we call in answering all these questions, whether it is future directions or otherwise of Amul, is the whole idea of what we call C compliance. End of the day, when you have prepared your research projects and we are all happy, healthy, take a look at this certificate of C compliance. C compliance, first one is, are you complete in whatever you have done? Have you asked all the questions that need to be asked? Have you asked all the questions that need to be asked? So look at the checklist, look at the models, look at the stories, and before you say, okay, I'm going to send it for front end, have you done all that homework? End of the day, you may still send that 5-page to ICSSR, that is what is required as per the pro forma. But back end, that's how multidisciplinary starts coming in, where you break the boundaries, because somebody else looks at the same issue of prohibited items differently. Why should it be only in agriculture? Why not smuggling?
Alcohol is consumption. Alcohol consumption.
Alcohol consumption. So, are you complete? The next part is, since you are asking many questions, are you consistent? You should not say, I need all this for social support, but at the end of the day, you are desperately worrying about the monetary grant that you are receiving. So, are you consistent? Next is the whole idea of implementation that comes from, are you concrete? Are you concrete? And are you connected? See, like example, I submitted a project and then suddenly I realized that nobody is interested in this project. I am the only one, but I call myself a multidisciplinary research institution. So, am I to manage my own horse? So, are you connected? Therefore, looking at all this, are you clear about the assessments you have made, about the trade-offs you have made? Are you clear? Are you connected? Are you concrete? Are you consistent? Are you complete? Then you are fit to rule the king, back to the kingdom. So are you fit?
Sometimes all these cannot be there, but at least some of them.
Then you are not built the needed competencies. You will not be the only one doing that. No? You can ask him. They have done 5 projects.
So should we not be satisfied?
Alone or alliances? Alone or alliances?
Because our director said no, being with the Niti Aayog, working CMDR to be known as. So for tobacco, one of the component. Niti Aayog itself called us and we presented.
Yes, then the question is, why is not Niti Aayog giving me bigger projects?
No, at least for a suggestion.
At least somewhere the C compliance is going away. There are so many opportunities and we are not consistent, we are taking a part of that. Why? So do you see the strategic intent? And then look at all the dimensions. Then make up your mind as to what you do. Then you might be able to say, look at C compliance, look at all this. Then build a horizon bigger than what it is. Then operate with that. End of the day, I still need to come to the office, submit that program, or write the draft, or clean the draft and submit it for publication. All that I need to do. But the difference between somebody who does it with a vision and somebody does it.
It's for casual.
Like for example, I do this exercise where I ask this question. I help a lot of teachers to enhance teaching. I'm preparing for my class tomorrow. And what am I in charge of? What would be your answer? What am I in charge of? I'm teaching my class. I'm preparing for my class tomorrow. Like for example, yesterday, I prepared for this. So what am I in charge of?
Communicate.
Your stakeholders, your receivers, students.
Students. I'm in charge of the students and whatever they want to learn. Next, any other?
You want to communicate.
I want to communicate.
Whatever you have to communicate.
Yeah. What else? I am teaching a topic. I want to communicate and teach a topic. What else I am in charge of?
The outcomes also. Outputs also.
Result also is required.
What my students do after they receive this. I can't go back and say, look, I did tell you not to do this, but he has gone ahead and done this. So, okay, what else? Another answer is that, I have to spend 40 minutes, somehow I am trying to spend those 40 minutes and go home. Now, yet another answer is, I am in charge of the promise my institute has made it to the society. Because when the society invested in me, the society expectations, then I made a promise to that society. And I am in charge of the part of that. If I fail, a part of that promise gets unrealized. So I am in charge. Then the way of preparing would change. If I say I have to spend 45 minutes, तो 20 मिनट में क्रिकेट के बारे में बात करूँगा. Either another 25 minutes we'll talk about the weather, and then हो गया. So then the other side is these 45 minutes are crucial because they are an element in the realization of the promise we have made to the society. Then I need to understand what is that promise. Then I need to be consistent in trying to link myself with that. Then I need to talk to people. So that is where we spend a lot of time to understand the interdependencies. For example, my economics teachers are invariably unhappy with the mathematics teachers. Why? See, for example, mathematics is taught, statistics is taught, and economics is taught. So
You don't understand much.
Like example, when I write dy by dx on the board, they start staring at me. Then they say when I write, y is equal to f of cs, they start staring at me as if I have committed a crime. That is because those functions, equations and derivatives are not at all taught in the maths class before I get into marginal curves and marginal costs. But I never interacted with them to find out what is their flow of topics versus what is the requirement for me. Then what do? You guys, you don't understand dy by dx, let me spend time. You don't understand function, let me spend time. Whose time are you wasting? Whose time are you wasting? So therefore understand the interdependencies. Leverage learning from each other. See, like example, those earlier days of computers, we had desktop. I don't know how many of you moved to a desktop. And then in this desktop, floppy drives were there. That in floppy drive was very thin, 5 and quarter inch drive. And I don't know, you may not even know what it is. So it's a like film-like thing. You have to insert very carefully. Then only the program will run. Otherwise, the computer is not functioning. Because it has all the secrets of how to make the program run. So invariably, you insert it in the wrong way. What happens? It doesn't work. So what happens next? You go out of the corridor to see whether anyone is around. Because I don't want to be seen, a PhD from a very well-known institute trying to struggle at how to remove that. In the first instance, I didn't put it properly. Now I have put it in the reverse way, I have to pull it out. Okay, now I succeed in pulling it out. Then what I do? I go out to see whether there is anyone with whom I can share. Because, it's an achievement, this can be removed like this, so important. Then somebody says, I figured it out yesterday. If only you had to ask me, I would have done it. Leveraging. Most of the time, we don't recognize. We behave like independent kingdoms. So if I am focusing on multidisciplinary research, then the barriers across kingdoms have to be dismantled. So that communication, that is one of the barriers. The communication has to be established to be able to make it happen. Because at the end of the day, we are as good as the binding wheel. So I may be very strong as a spoke, but if the chariot does not run, because the wheel is not in place and it breaks down. It had happened in one of the Rath Yatras. The Rath collapsed. If I don't want that to happen, then recognize interdependencies. Try to be C compliant. Therefore, the issue is all this. Are you sure you have a strategy? if you are sure you have a strategy, do you understand the prince in the forest? Because end of the day, prince in the forest has given us this model. And if you are understanding that, then go one step back. And then when you focus on Amul 3, what is the desired state? And again, on what dimensions you see the desired state? And why do you want to see it? Is it because it's a benchmark? Or is it because everybody is doing also rank? Example, 24 ICSSR institutions were set up, primarily championed by those passionate researchers. In Delhi itself, there are 6 or 7.
6.
6. So because they said, okay, JP Naik, humko malum hai. So then there is a scheme, let's do it. Achha, now the recognition, only recently, there was a recognition drive. One is promoted institutions and recognized institutions. Earlier they had recognized some 6. Now they wanted to recognize more. There was an 49 applications were received. Out of that there was interviewing and all. They recognized some more. Now am I doing it because everybody is doing it? Also ran? Or they say me too? Or am I doing it because there is a distinct advantage of being there? Or am I different? Like for example, there is this example, National Chemical Laboratory. National Physical Laboratory, National Chemical Laboratory. When Mashelkar took over, Ramesh Mashelkar, he said, why should I be an also ran like this? I am a CSIR lab, let me continue as a CSIR lab. He never looked at himself that way. And then said, why can't I link with the best in the world? At that time in chemistry, GE was best in the world. And then they said, everybody is publishing, but where are the patents? So he went on a patent drive. So NCL underwent a major transformation. Then of course he joined CSIR lab and all that. So therefore, look at it, look at your dimensions and work hard. So now what we'll do is, your choice. Either you focus on CMDRI future, or you focus on Amul 3 as a team, and then make a short presentation. Actually, what are the dimensions on which you would like to see? And on those dimensions, how should we move? What is the desired outcome? And establishing that desired outcome doesn't mean that it is cast in concrete. It's always, as they say, an evolving, moving target as you gain more knowledge. Example, we never knew probably what were the activities of Food Policy Research Institute. We don't know what does John Hopkins do. We don't know even what is the Center of Excellence in Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So become aware. And then see whether your own desired outcome has to change. So therefore, what would you like to focus on? Amul or CMDR?
It will be applicable to both.
But take one. I think Amul CMDR 3, but CMDR 1 is the passionate phase. Very passionate promoters were there. Then CMDR 2, as they say, struggle and stabilization. Now, what should be CMDR 3 and what are the directions in which the future has to be organized and what are the opportunities? As I said, we are in a new research environment, and in this new research environment, there is new technology. So there is unheard of applications possible. Every time you see this AI, not this AI. And new social order. A lot of changes are taking place across the society. As I said, without leaving my home, I can transact so much business. And there are new regulations that are coming in. Then there are new center-state relationships. We never thought that guarantees would be a fact to reckon with. We thought they say politicians say guarantee दे देते हैं, कुछ होता नहीं है. But guarantee is a fact of life now.
Yes.
Guarantees are there. People are traveling, and then institutions have become richer also. So, how do we see that, and what dimensions do we see that, and make it work? So, spend some time to reflect, and then probably three of you, she may have to go early, so one of you will have to join them, and spend some time, think through. We spent time with the Prince, we spent time with Amul, because Amul was also a passionate enterprise. Then there was stabilization. Then there are now Amul 3. What should be the direction it should take? Should it go international, or should it go back to the village? Or could it go technology? Should it go all put together? How does that happen? Who has to guide them? What directions?
But
Think
can
over.
I just
Yeah.
put 3 points and then what I feel, and then I
It's
can.
all for them, yeah.
Because I have to leave
Yeah,
and we
yeah,
have to
please,
travel.
please.
Maybe it can be elaborated later on. I just felt while you were thinking, I was just thinking. So 3 choices or 3 dimensions that CMDR, I am telling of CMDR, as we have moved from the first and second phase to third. So first one is about sustenance and stability, what we can do. So why this one is like CMDR, since Isaac is already, somebody wants to beat Isaac, but still we have to be CMDR only and want to be. So since we are focusing and the only institute in North Karnataka, so focus it should be, because a lot of problems are in North Karnataka. So focus of the area, beside arena and this one, so in that way it should be the North Karnataka. Then we with the government, so there should be a lot of interactions with the government. Of course we are having now, but only with 1 or 2 departments like RDPR, planning department. So it should be in different, because there are a lot of different disciplines now. And so there should be interactions more and more with first state government, maybe Niti Aayog and all may come on. Once we become, we have a foothold, then we may have more trust in other with Niti Aayog. Second point about choice is about diversity. Already in name we have Center for Multidisciplinary Development, but also earlier we focused more on education, health, tobacco and rural development and this one. Now with government this one, IKS has come, NEP has come. But we should also think like, we should not go beyond, I am audible. So we should not go beyond only because of government programs. So we should see what the society needs and the region needs, particularly North Karnataka. So that kind of diversity is needed.
Okay, diversity in terms of the
Needs of
diversity
problems.
in terms of the sources of funding. Because state government is a source of funding, central government is a source of funding. And WHO or whichever is the support coming from.
Diversity in terms of funding and also diversity in terms of research. So just because we cannot take, NEP is important, so there are different areas. IKS, of course we have been doing IKS start from the when CMDR is established. That's the reason why Panchmukhi sir kept it multidisciplinary, because the founders were more interested in Indology. So Indology was one of the major aspects of CMDR and they have been doing that studies and published also, both PR Panchmukhi and also. That is there, and but now with different aspect IKS has come. And again other different problems, whatever, of course now the tribal studies are coming up and he is also taking up. So we have to see what are the actual research problems needed and focus on that. So that is diversity.
So one of the questions to answer in this is, supposing you had to take out 3 projects from this, which projects will you take out? Supposing now you are IKS, you are tobacco, you are center-state relation, you are business policy, and you are many more you name it. Now supposing from this long list, Suppose you take up 3. I want to live without these. What would those 3 be?
Like I would say education system itself, like in rural areas or in urban whatever. Children like we have been.
You don't want to work on that. That is it.
Which we don't want to work.
I don't want to work. That is a test, you know. Yeah, if my arena is clear, I'll say no. Sir, this is fine, NEP and all is fine, but it doesn't belong to me. Only if that part of NEP which relates to IKS will take. But if you ask me whether a 4-year program is appropriate or a 3-year program is appropriate, I will not do that because my resources are required elsewhere. So what would be those choices where you say no? That's also a test. No?
Yes, we have done. You have done many
where
times.
will I say no?
Earlier we have done for the government when we asked about agriculture, proper agriculture. Of course, sir has come now. But many times we have said no because we don't have expertise in agriculture, scientific.
I say no because lack of resource. But
Personal.
other one I say no because of strategy. That is, I have decided that this is my area of work. These other things are not my area of work. I will not do this. It's like asking Samsung, will you sell cigarettes? No, that's not our business. Ask ITC. That is the business. So, therefore, future directions you should be clear what you will do and what you will not do. Like, for example, Amul. Will you do plant milk? And Badam Paul, if I ask the same question to Meng Nui, which is a Chinese company, say plant milk is welcome. Because for us, milk is milk. But for Amul, minus the rural areas where this animal-based milking is taking place,
Yes,
I am not in business.
I understand.
They bound, so for all your boundaries.
For me, it may be a difficult question not to answer singly, means
And you
without
have to answer that,
consultation. No, sir.
Each one will have his own.
Why I will tell because CMDR, particularly we have been there for 30 years, we have become jack of all, master of none, sir. Because we did, like I cannot say I did, we did, I don't take I, we all who were there earlier. Although I studied economics with planning as one of the options, we started with health because of with Panchmukhi sir. We learning by doing we have done. So decentralization, health, labor, child, energy, water, tobacco, like I cannot name. So it was like I cannot say anything you gave because we wanted money. We did the work.
And it was more resource-driven project.
So we did work whatever was said by Professor Panchmukhi.
One is person-driven.
Yes.
Panchmukhi mere baap.
Yes, sir.
Then resource-driven, where money can come or competence can. Relationship-driven.
Yes, sir.
That
That's
is,
also.
he is a good friend of mine. How can I say no to him?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Respect.
Fourth one is conscious opportunity-driven. I am looking for this opportunity. But we have done so much work in health, tobacco and all.
Then-
End of the day, when I close CMDR, what is it that I am leaving behind for the society? See, the same question I asked my students on the last day of my class. See, on the last day of my class, I said, all these wonderful authors whom we have studied, they are all sitting there at the back. They all say, give me back my tool, give me back my framework, give me back my checklist, give me back my illustrations. What are we left with? But they'll all go away with what they've got because they've only given that to us on rent. Like today I did a wonderful job of, let's say, are you sure you have a strategy? If Fredrickson was there, I have rented it to you, I am taking it back. And Kim and others who gave the 5 stories, they say, we'll take it back. And finally, what are you left with? Which you can say, this is it. So what is that? So think over. This is how the thinking process has to happen. Then we'll be able to say, yes, this is my CMDR. Tomorrow when I walk out, I know I'm building this. Tobacco is just a means to build this. See, for example, CMDR is not here to satisfy Panchmukhi forever.
Yes, sir.
What I'm saying is, you are an institution. Passionate, that's why phase one, passionate phase. Passionate individuals build institutions. Passionate individuals build institutions. But then what? Professionals take over.
Yes, for almost 15-20 years we did that.
So
To
professionals
just get the money for CMDR.
So then
Now we have been doing individually
Struggle.
what we want.
Struggle. Then competence centric. Current and potential. Example, we want to work in the area of AI, touch base with all projects because we have to build that competence in comprehending and applying AI in our businesses and make recommendations. Then make recommendations. So that if we are able to see, then I am moving one step forward strategically.
Okay, sir, and last one for CMDR is like we have to have work ethos and like promotions, not in the, I'm telling job, promotion, recognition of each one's, respecting each one's activity, whether he is a watchman or from the director. So that needs to be done so that oneness feeling has to come, and so each one has to contribute, not just one section being there, one section being there. So that with all that and these whatever
So they're truly interdependent organized. Yeah.
that oneness comes, then everybody works for it and
Okay, thank you. So before you leave, share with us 3 learnings which you will carry forward, because I know you're going to travel all the way from Dharwad to Bangalore. En route, you have to share with your family members. You spend time all the way from 11 o'clock till 4:30 on the edge. What would you share as the learning from the deliberations today?
rethinking like whatever work we have been doing, like how should we go ahead focusing on our research? Are we doing the right thing? What all these years, what I did and what we can achieve and which can be useful for the society or something that comes out of from my research. What is going to be useful for the society? That is one thing, main learning.
2 more. Do 3 no?
2 more and to be like very. I started reading at about 12 o'clock. I had not opened it, but once I started with Amul, I thought just I went further. It was interesting. It is not just Amul. I felt it is just the after reading that it is not started with the scarcity milk. I thought so for anything to be this one scarcity is anything work starts with scarcity or an initiative starts with scarcity. It starts with coordination and it needs collaboration because it was not one man's this one, and it needs networking and then profits or something has to be return has to be there, then only farmers have come forward. And of course technology and the government and like UNICEF, governments also helped. I know central government also gave some, Lal Bahadur Shastri came in. So it's like collaborative and recognition that helped Amul to grow. So that same we can apply to CMDR. So that is what.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
It was really after many days. Usually we don't sit for long and this one, but it was interesting and we hope to listen to you again, sir.
Basava Prabhu willing.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I had applied for leave, but you know it's coming in.
So cancelling your leave was worth it?
We postponed our travel time, sir.
So boss is right once in a way. Okay, so one of you could shift there and then, one of you could switch to the other side and then you just brainstorm on what should we do in CMDR actually. Just spend time because more we need now. There's some time with us. As I said, we are taking hard constraint as 5:30 so that you have time to reflect. And before you start working, Because we have learned a lot with the five parables. My submission is go through them. Each one is very critical, very useful. The first is, the whole idea is to see them together, like Prince and the Kingdom. Prince and the Research Kingdom, actually CMDR. Because only recently I got an opportunity to read about the whole ICSSR history, the creation of institutions and the creation of CMDR and the contribution, including the latest newsletter he sent. Okay. Now, they make sense. You keep seeing from that perspective. Look at them as lenses and then see. Now, from this interesting interaction, 5 guidelines emerge. Now, first thing first is never be satisfied with one big achievement. Man on the moon is not end of life. Okay. So therefore, not one big but sustainable series of achievements makes progress happen. There are many things, we launched this new product and then company has collapsed. Now, interesting part is this. It is not individual competencies but harmony among themselves. The leader tries to force these, like example, we ask this question after tobacco, what? While tobacco is going on, are you thinking of something? Like as somebody makes a distinction, today's breadwinners, tomorrow's breadwinners, day after tomorrow's breadwinners. Are we aware of them? And then the need to harmonize the competencies. That's what makes multidisciplinary research exciting, because I get an opportunity to cross the boundaries without losing my identity. In fact, we do a lot of experiments in what we call team teaching. The same Amul case can be taught from the perspective of organization behavior, leadership, strategy, markets, technologies, society. But when you come together, how do you bring that interdependence, handing over, taking over? Now, next is roadblocks are a part of the journey. There will be roadblocks. Like, for one reason or the other, it doesn't. But don't stop. Like that brook, keep finding new ways. Now, this is very interesting for me. Very interesting. That is, what can not be seen from one side, it can be seen from the other. Because from here the other side is dark. But from there the other side is not dark. To get a holistic perspective, to get the 360 perspective, move around, see the things. And most of the policy related actions which are being criticized in the new government regime is because of this. They are not seeing the other side. And finally, this is what it is. Prepare, harmonize, involve, achieve, reflect, improvise. And this is the way, there is no other way.
Sir, can we say that fourth one and fifth one are something interrelated?
Yeah, of course, all are interrelated.
No, but this fourth one is much more closely connected. As you said, the present government people are criticizing because of
this.
Huh?
So you have to see the other side.
Sir?
You have to see the other side. But end of the day, for all this, you have to prepare, harmonize, involve.
Because reflective and improvise.
And improvise. Go back. If series of achievement is not happening, go back. If individual competencies are stronger than the harmonized competencies, go back.
Yeah.
So keep working, and these are only guidelines, as they say, therefore subject to refinement, thinking through, organizing, reorganizing, and moving forward. So therefore, we went back to, are we ready to build the future? Desired outcome, aggregated, disaggregated, project-wise, all put together. Mode of involvement, how are our stakeholders involved? For example, I do wonderful research on tobacco, only to give a grand party where smoking is free. How do you involve the stakeholders? portfolio of competencies, not one, but layers of advantage, as they have said. And as we said, the context, the internal, external context. So, any questions before we look at ourselves? I leave all these presentations behind.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I just spend some time. Maybe I'll talk about desiring the desired state. How do you desire this? You have to pay money.
Close, sir. Close and open. Left click.
So one way to create this desired state is, so in the next 5 years, the thinking is not costing at all, because I can change my mind, but action starts costing, because money is going away, returns are going away. Now therefore, if I put it like this, and whether it is for you or for CMBR, I would like Amul to be the largest, tick. Some may say, largest milk brand in the world. No, I said no. I may say, largest storehouse of experiments and innovations. Or for that matter, no, I don't want this. To be the largest enterprise that serves the highest number of farmers in the world or in the country. Because that magic number of 36 lakh has not changed at all. That means somewhere the new membership is not happening, or the cooperatives are not coming.
Entertaining.
Or something else happening. Or for example, the brand to be the most admired, or most sought after for collaborations, or for that matter. I would not like to be, as I say, we don't want this. Or I want to describe a most cooperative movement to be. For example, do we really see Amul as a successful cooperative end-to-end? The answer is no. Because up to a point you are a cooperative institute. Beyond that you are no different from a commercial organization or a market-dependent organization, because after the milk is done, processing is by a federation, transportation is by a private parties, selling is done by somebody else, advertisement is not by a cooperative institution, it is by a commercial organization. Therefore, the right side of the value chain, as we say, is in the market. Unlike, for example, even the boy who comes to deliver the milk is a member of the cooperative, that is another kind of a cooperative institution. So, or for that matter, I want Amul's dairy farmers to work on. Now in the next 5 years, what do I want them to work on? Cleaning the utensils, as we had said earlier, or understanding the nuances of technology. In fact, they work very hard to get them all the mobile applications and all. But what next? Or how should Amul process its milk? Or how the milk process should use, what should it use? Organic, non. Therefore, create a kind of a play. As I said, desired state definition per se does not require any great logic. You just create that, debate, then start building the logic, eliminate one by one, and then say, okay, in the next 5 years, I would like Amul to be the largest milk brand in the world on the strength of its original innovations and experiments. Like Mengnui today is seen as the one who is leading the 1 lakh dairy farm brand. So we are not just getting 11 people together, we are getting 1 lakh cows under one roof. There are beautiful videos of that. And can I be there? I can't be there, because the nature of my society is different. And but what kind of experiment can I conduct? Yes, They're trying to experiment with this concept of what they call the cow hotel, which is successful in China, to bring your cows. Then they're trying to now experiment with the concept of cooperative investment model, where I see that cow as the investment I have made, and the return you get. When I take care of the cow and bring it back to you, but the original ownership that I have 5 cows to worship will not be there. Or it will be there only on certain days. You worship now and give it back to you. But how can you separate out the emotional side from the commercial side? These are the questions in sociology. Okay, I have another which I just focus on. Yeah. Now there is one university. I thought you should also see a university.
Right click on open.
Open with.
Microsoft?
Yes, sir.
Now, see, as a part of the preparation for this one-day activity, I looked at several strategic plans of research institutions. In fact, the internet is full of such wonderful activities. I came one across Johannesburg, which I thought was very interesting. First thing they say is the framework. What is the purpose? Why are we preparing directions for this? First thing is that you build aspirational goals. Otherwise, there is the high risk of getting lost in the web, just as an example. So, build aspirational goals, because everybody in the organization has 2 callers. First caller is to that larger purpose, whatever I am contributing. Second caller is to your project, for which you are getting paid and you are seen as the breadwinners for that. So then, direct investments. So what are the investments necessary? Then they said that we want to be positioned as the university's leading edge of the global south. It is South African university. We are a part of it. Similarly, when you want to write a tagline, CMDR, so what would you like to write that? Like example, Infosys writes the tagline, powered by intellect, driven by values. So what are you powered by? Not necessarily you should write only that, but what is, how do you present yourself? So shall we present ourselves as, an institution driven by the passion of V.R. Panchamukhੀ? And what are we doing? So therefore, let us position the university. See, like example, when I draw the list of 24 ICSSR institutions, sometimes we figure 23, sometimes we figure 21. So, but where do I want to be there? On what dimensions? So, various contributions are made in that list. Now, they make a distinction in terms of discovery research, something which we are looking at. Other one is translational, it has to have an impact on policy, it has to have an impact on practice. And other one is innovative research, something blue sky, different. So what is our portfolio? Now what are the underlying assumptions? That's also important because when we declare our plan, as somebody said, we also need to declare our assumptions. What are the guiding assumptions? One is multidisciplinary collaborations enhance research. In that straightway answers this question that how can we be together? Only motivation is it enhances the quality of the individual as well as the collective. Now another interesting assumption is open access publishing is good for research. Somebody critiques, somebody evaluates. Third assumption they make is integrity. Because research integrity is very important now because not just because Turnitin has come, but ChatGPT can answer all the questions. In fact, I did this experiment with my colleague. I gave him an analysis of a case, like our Amul case. And I asked him, a student has submitted this to you, what grade will you give? He says, between A- and A. So then I said, okay, But if I tell you that the student has spent just 3 seconds on this, what all he did was he took an AI tool, fed the PDF to that and then had his tea, that's all. So then he says, it's very bad. Then I said, look, this student has not even read the case. Because to feed the PDF, I need not read the case at all. So what will I do? So therefore, research integrity becomes very, very critical now. Very, very critical now. Take a look at it. And of course, external funding is important. In fact, one of my colleagues did a very interesting exercise on that because external funding leads to external evaluation. And evaluation by an external agent is very painful. It's like our referee's comments. But it is helpful because it shows the other side. Because as I said, what you don't see, you can see from the other side. Or referees are on the other side. Painful but helpful. Now, another interesting thing. These are their assumptions, they believe, and then they try to build this. Peer review. Essentially, international peer review. Like many of my friends, in fact, I do a lot of exercises with a lot of institutions, about 40 of them. Now, there are people who even do not know that I asked this question, there is a professor from Ahmedabad who has written a paper and submitted it for publication. And here you are from a regional, what we call Tier 3 institution, they have also submitted. Will the referee come to know that this is IIMA professor's paper and this is Tier 3 professor's paper? So many people say maybe you will come to know. But the answer is it is blind review. They don't know. So therefore they are not even motivated because the IIMA professor is always seen, but that is not true. If it is blind review, then nobody knows. Then you are motivated. Therefore we say awareness builds aspirations. Therefore, quality of research for the peer review. Now they have focused areas like digital transformation, better health for all, society, advanced governance, future proofing our national treasures. Each one, as you said, regional. Now interesting is the mode of resource mobilization and allocation, which is true for us at CNBR, where the source of funding is likely to dry. Because one way to see as we are only 24. That 24 got augmented to another 6 with the recognition. Now another 11 also have been recognized. So now we are a part of a family of 40 plus. That we are a part of family of 40 plus means those guys are also going to compete for the funds. So whatever may be committed to you may be given, but the funds for projects you have to fight for. So if you want to do that, then you have to see what is your resource mobilization and allocation. Short term, long term. As we said, today's sun has to burn. Today's fire is as important as tomorrow's water. On regional collaborations and partnerships. So what is the mix and how do we manage? Then allocation, what are the priorities? How much to blue sky? For example, many organizations say 10% of the time you can do what you like. You will not even ask questions. But 70% you have to do this because there is a part of the institute touching. Then how is it utilized? How is the measurement done? How is the monitoring? How is the control done? And how do you improvise? How do you reflect on what is happening, what should be done? So any questions? I'll give all these and they are perfectly copyrighted. That means you have full right to copy. I have absolutely no problem.
Open with.
I'll try that. So,
Open with.
interesting thing is we may not have thought through that, it's possible to look at a research institution from a strategy perspective. We look at research institutions as projects. So this project has come, this project has not come. In fact, my guy runs an institution and his prime concern is project nahi hai. The second concern is donation nahi hai. But where is the strategy? Where are you driving? So, like for example, shapers of the direction for research institutions like CMTR. One is new themes are emerging. Next is ICT and AI technologies are working on us. Now, beauty of that is for both, I need not depend on the institute. See, earlier to get my desktop, you have to wait for some policy clearance. Next, to get a laptop, you have to wait for another policy clearance. But to get my mobile, whose policy clearance did I take? And that mobile, is it capable of downloading and educating you? Yes. And the so-called ChatGPT or for that matter Copilot or Gemini, where did you come to know about first? Where did you experiment first? And how many institute clearances did you take from that? So suddenly you realize that these technologies are accessible at nearly zero cost. Nearly zero cost. And sharing information on how to utilize it, do you depend only on the institute's training programs? No. You depend on friends, colleagues, countrymen, who else? Other one is this part. That is, what was a source of advantage arising out of information asymmetry is increasingly vanishing. I have as much access to that source of information as you have. As you have, because that's available for downloading by all in the same way. If you know the strategic plan of IIT Madras, I also know the strategic plan of IIT Madras. Then how you make sense of that information, that decides the competitive advantage. And of course, competitive pressures we talked about, legacy and its relevance. That is another shape working. What is the importance of this? Do you want to know it as Kanta Prasad's institute? Or an institute which has the competence to look at resources as a source for driving the development of a region or an economy? Now, novel themes many, like education, healthcare, all of this, human settlement, diversity, innovation for development. So this is something which needs to be looked into, because we never looked at innovation as contributing to development. For us, innovation was for profit. In fact, there are several papers looking for innovation, patent rights and profits. But innovation for development, how it can contribute to creating markets or reaching the needs of the unreached. Now, entrepreneurship is coming in, sector-based studies are coming in, organization development issues are coming in, processes. Some are working on supply chain, some are working on demand formation, depending upon what is your focus and where you want to work on. How do you make the agenda effective? End of the day, I can have all those wonderful Amul this, Amul that, CMTR this, but is there a way to make? First is fund. Fund can come from any again. One is the user can also fund if he is a beneficiary. General well-wishers can fund, of course sponsoring agencies can fund. Then competence building. Competence building is not attending one or two research programs, but looking at what is required, as we saw in case of the 5 stories. Now, interesting part is this. Competence building technological, I know how to do the structural equation modeling, not adequate. Behavior, working together, working in teams, sharing, collaborating, driving. then social, being nice with people, then network, knowing people, contributing, creating opportunities for. Then we have said leveraging competencies. Once we know we have built competencies, we should utilize that. Now, other one is the learning part, which is coming in this very interestingly. That is, data is now available. How to collect that data is becoming a major challenge. Earlier, data was not available. Now, collection, how fast? Large data, small data, all kinds of data are available. Like, for example, we are doing some research in this area of what we have called large but short-lived congregations. Large but short-lived congregations. These are essentially large collections of people for an occasion. Like, for example, the initial effort we made was in understanding the Rath Yatra of Ravimat, where about 10 lakh people come. Then we followed that with other yatras. Then recently we tried to understand the Kumbh Mela. We followed it from planning till the execution and saw what were the leadership and managerial challenges. But there, how fast do you get data? Data is coming every day through blogs. Every day it is coming through videos. Every day it is coming. How do you put it together? And then other interesting part is, how do you build inferences? So this is where what I call the mixed methods are helping. It's not enough in terms of getting a correlation of this or a t-value of that. The mixed methods are coming where that t-value is coming alive. Now this is what we said, mixed methods, new data sources, action research, most of it you are doing. Artificial intelligence tools, data mining. And this artificial intelligence tool is very interesting. I went on asking a set of questions to this co-pilot of mine, with whom I keep conversing. Then I asked him, what do you know about me? So based on the questions, it created my profile. In fact, of course, I had asked some questions on MBA program and all. He said, you seem to be preparing for an MBA entrance exam. We don't know whether it's right or wrong, but it does. And this handing over, taking over is very important in interdisciplinary research. Shared knowledge, defining roles. In fact, one of the questions I had asked was, how often do you go out for dinner? How often do you have lunch together? So that there is a shared understanding of a variety of contexts, not necessarily the project. So therefore, these are the issues which we need to take upon. Some of them are very specific to us, some of them very generic. But idea is reflect, focus on these, and then keep thinking through. There are no definitive answers at all because, like that model, answers keep evolving. Maybe I'll stop here. My show ends. Now, over to you for your contributions. Now, spend about 10-15 minutes just to get a draft idea, -2 or -3 idea of the directions in which you would like to move. As I said, multiple statements are possible, but each statement needs to be refined, redefined, organized so that we are able to, as we said, shape our future directions, identify key opportunities, build competencies, and overcome constraints and progress. Okay. So take 15 minutes, and the hard constraint will be 6 o'clock or earlier. 6 o'clock? 6. So 15 minutes and then share orally, or even if you want to do a quick PPT, go ahead and do a quick PPT.
And it is so brainstorming exercise, though here and there some hiccups are there, but it is a very elaborative, precise. I'm sure this is a serious, thought provoking exercise, which I am really thankful to Professor Basaraj jelly to bringing you, and though the extent of relevance, it requires further CMDR. In the case of Amul, for the extent of relevance to CMDR, it requires further. But still, we from my team as well as my other colleagues' team, we have got enlightened. This is a beautiful exercise. Of course, Professor Basav Prabhuji is kind to us. Maybe he can call you in a slots wise, not like a whole day exercise kind of thing. So, because we are, since it is a management style, everything, it may not fit into that. If you can slots wise, like a kind of a, so it, we can keep on putting into our brains. This is what my humble request to Basav Prabhuji. Then when it comes to our presentation, yes, our institution from difficulties to, it has come to a stabilization stage. We are thankful to the founding masters of this institution, the preceding directors and the present directors, and the other officers of this institution, which they have struggled to bring to the stabilization stage. Thanks. So now we are not so good, but yes, we are, I can say. So this is where we are now. Now in this regard, what I always feel that, as I said when you asked me, we wanted to be, as Professor Tara Madam has said it is, we want to excel ourselves further in tobacco, not just tobacco, other areas like we are also doing other issues like regional disparities, okay, regional development. But we wanted to be masters, not just tobacco. And tobacco is also just not for the sake of mobilizing fund, as you said it is. Why 5%? Not, why can't be 55? We wanted to. We, in that way, our Prabhu Sir will certainly make us to be a team to be a 55% persons. In that way, we are prospering it. Along with the regional development, regional disparities and inclusive development, we want to have an institution of center of excellence. This is what we prosper, we hope for it. Sorry?
Please.
We prosper, we hope for it, and in that regard, we want your brain to collide with us, to make us to progress, if not faster way, step by step. What Amul went from 200 farmers to 250, now it is almost 48 lakh tons of milk now they are mobilizing, and they are widened into, initially to milk powder, now it has come to ice cream, which is a highest kind of thing. Butter, cheese are common, but ice cream, which is a quality ice cream, is best one. But now people are buying. I am the first person. Whenever I go to Reliance, my children will ask me, bring Amul ice cream only. Sorry, can I? Oh, sorry. That is one point. I mean, I have a lot of things, I don't know, since time is there. So, then, so to become an center of excellence, we are short of faculty. Therefore, we want, since our our sanction strength, maybe a new hands can be brought so that a consolidated team can work better way interacting, colliding, sharing of information will certainly take us much more advanced stage. This is what I am.
Our herd size should be increased.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
From
Yeah.
6 or 7 to at least 15 like
Yeah,
that, sir.
yeah, yes, yes, sir. And last one is that, what is this?
Faculty size,
Hmm.
I have said.
Hmm.
To bring name and fame to the institution.
Yeah, the faculty and to continue the center of excellence, not only the existing team, we would also request our boss, our guiding principal, our guide, supervisor, mentor to bring experts like you in a different aspect so that they will keep on giving a input to us to proceed in a right direction, sir. These are the three. I don't know whether it is good or
They are no good or bad, they are thoughts.
yeah.
Thoughts are critical.
Yes, sir.
Apart from this view, sir, I have personal view.
Yes.
Presently, we are doing studies
I
on
would-
different themes. Agriculture, irrigation, rural development, environment, education, health, like a number of issues. I think that focusing on some of the issues, that will give edge to us. That will we get expertise in that area. So we should focus on those areas only. This is my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I don't know how I'm.
There are ideas. Ideas don't come with labels.
Sir.
There are ideas. Ideas don't come with labels.
From our side, our director is going to.
You are big people, no?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to think of CMDR 3. I can say that I am the youngest faculty of this institution. Because these two, even though they are in age they are younger, but looking into the service at CMDR, they are older than me.
And I am the youngest.
In that context, some of the points that got me shortlisted. Again, coming back, the first point I would like to focus on the manpower. So, CMDR 3 will be an institution of around 100 to 150 faculty with its units in different states, selected states and selected countries for taking up the collaborative research and all those things. This is point number one. Second, just in support of that, so CMDR will be taking up the diaspora studies. Now, the studies are very sporadic. Even including ICSSR, once I approached ICSSR, then they said, no, we don't fund projects like this. So, this can be in one area wherein we can work upon. Then the third issue is, since morning till now, you focused many times on artificial intelligence, application of art. We are all the beneficiaries of that. But whether we are taking up serious research on AI, especially with related to social sciences, is another focus area that CMDR will be taking up. Then the next point that CMDR will be focusing on, the national and international operational collaborations. Because as on date, we are also having MOUs with number of institutions, but many of them are not operational. We were operational, but many of them are not. But we would like to have more operational collaborations. Then CMDR in future would like to have a center of excellence in different areas. Maybe the tribal studies, ethnographic studies, and many such areas, depending on the demands of the faculty, the needs of the country, and all those things. Then one important aspect, even though our name of our institution is multidisciplinary, we are yet to achieve that multidisciplinary nature in practice, in research, as well as in development activities. So that we will be focusing upon. And at the same time, collaboration, we are talking of external collaboration, internal collaboration also we will be focusing upon among all the faculty members who are working on these different areas. Then to make the institution self-sufficient and to make it more visible at the national and international arena, we need to add the component of teaching in addition to the research. So that we will be having the larger student base and we can invite the students from different countries also, and economically we will be self-sufficient in the days to come. So that's what is another idea. Then largely CMDR is still lacking as far as branding is considered. As far as branding is considered, we will be focusing more on branding also, so that wherever we go, yes, if you are from CMDR, yes, we know it. So this kind of feeling should come. So these are some
policy participation.
Oh, sorry. Yes. One more area. So this is my personal opinion, and I discussed with the team, and they endorsed it. That is policy participation. And I'm trying to develop it as a theory, but that should become one of the major focus area. One simple example, just I was quoting. Even though I hope you know more than us, financial inclusion was a policy started by our previous Prime Minister, Honorable Manmohan Singh ji. But it was not functional at that point of time because of lack of participation. But this Prime Minister, he made it practical. And he made the people to participate, and today we have more than around 55 crore accounts. Even if we consider 10% of them are NPA,
yes.
So still around 45 plus crore accounts are functional, which is directly benefiting the people. Like that, so there are number of policies that what we are making, maybe at the state level or at the central level. So what kind of participation we should ensure? So our institute will be focusing on that. So these are some of the 9 areas that what we discussed. Thank you.
Very good. Very nice, actually. My only question is, when did you laugh together last?
No, sir, we have not.
That's
Sorry.
That's a good test, like kind of laughter which I saw, cracking jokes and then feeling nice. If you continue that, that itself is a very interesting foundation for what you call your multidisciplinary research. Now, 2-3 things you need to recognize. One is thinking big, I have international collaborations. I have faculty coming from various parts of the country, world, and we're stronger. Other one is what we call in our management parlance, looking for low-hanging fruits. One is fruits which are tasty up there, which take time. Other one is very low-hanging fruits. Now, for CMDR with its expertise built over 1976, now, what do you consider as the low-hanging fruits, which you can pluck and returns are very high? Like, for example, one simple low-hanging fruit concept is this. See, we are actively engaged in activities in North Karnataka. North Karnataka has multiple institutions of management. Say, right from the neighborhood here, JSS, to the extreme there, latest one, Bright Business School. Okay. And if you just move further up to Belgaum, there is a chain. How have you benefited from their presence? Now, benefit from their presence is threefold. Inviting their faculty members for short FDPs. See, they are also as much interested in research methods, both qualitative and quantitative, as we are. Even a half-day seminar on advances in research methods will give you an opportunity to network. Second is, most of these students are looking for opportunity to do internships. The internships could be in the area of market surveys. Internships could be in the area of conceptualization. Internships could be in the area of research methods. Can we hire them? And then what has to go out by way of payment is subsistence. There are many, like for example, have we talked to people in this JSS college? So they have SDM Management Institute, and then they have Department of Economics, and they are research scholars. Simple thing like writing a good paper, half day colloquium on writing a good paper. Self-financing, pay 25 rupees to meet the needs of tea, coffee, and spend half a day and then disperse. But that is very interesting opportunities in terms of networking, creating opportunities. Tomorrow when you take up a project, that boy did a wonderful job of market survey. Why not we hire him? So that is one. In addition to the concept of low-hanging fruits, there is also the concept of access to free resources. In fact, we are looking at companies which use faster on near zero resource base. But what they did was they were able to access resources that were freely available. Like for example, there are multiple scholarships promoted by others. There are multiple funding agencies announcing studies. They just have to go and ask them. See, like for example, I was looking at the experience of Dr. M.M. Kalburgi, because understanding research through the career progress of the researchers is one of my area of activities. Wherever he went, either as the head of this Kuwaipu University, now at that time Karna University, or as head of some trust, he was able to mobilize friends against a plan. So then you know where the institutions are and then access them. Or for that matter, there are many in these management institutions who want to organize open houses. So you go and participate in that. That doesn't cost us anything except our travel from here to that institute. That builds local network. And local network builds local opportunities, which to me are low-hanging opportunities, and you get access without a very high cost. Then other interesting part is what we propose in the qualitative ways of looking at research is what is called spicing. Are you aware of this? This is a very powerful technique, very powerful technique to help us understand opportunities, threats, constraints. Spice, it's called spice. Whenever you are stuck, you spice. And then for me, CMDR is the right opportunity for spicing. So then you will be able to preserve a lot. So when you put spice, the product stays. Why do I say that CMDR is the best possible opportunity for application of the spicing technique is, one, your projects from 1976 onwards. Your projects from 1976 onwards, and at different points in time, different projects have come in. It's not that from 1976 onwards you are doing only trade, or you are doing only healthcare, or you are only doing policy in terms of population and all. So you have against 1976 to this thing, there are several projects. This is project concern. Then there are themes. Each project is exploring certain themes. And they are in sectors. Okay, one way to see is that we are very proud in CMDR to build what we call a collection of projects, collection of sectors. But collection does not contribute anything. It is as good as the collection of my shirts. So collection doesn't contribute, a portfolio contributes. So portfolio means there are linkages within. Each one stands on his own, at the same time supports each other. But how do we know whether between 1976 to 2025 we have created a collection or we have created a portfolio. Like a portfolio is portfolio of assets. Those of us who have done some finance. When I have mutual funds, do you have a portfolio or you just collected some funds? Now to do that, first thing first is, you can give it to an intern. So you just study the last projects and then first see what are the similarities and differences. Where are we similar and where are we different? Similarity could be with respect to methodology. The similarity could be with respect to the way we communicate the inference. But there could be differences. Similarities and differences on various dimensions. Now, over a period of time, is there a pattern? Patterns and peculiarities. Is there a pattern that every time there is a project from ICSSR, we end up giving a 2-page report? And we hide more than what we really have done, what we have communicated. So, are there any patterns or any peculiarities? The same kind of mistakes keep coming again and again, because maybe there is something good. Next is that interdependence and independence. And what you call, this correlations, outliers, and whatnot. So when you look at all projects, this is what it is. Then maybe there is continuity and discontinuity. Like, up to this, only one person was guiding, then the diversity started coming in. Continuities and discontinuities. And spice key is Eureka and evolution. That is, over a period of time, we seem to have evolved into a center of excellence. Or over a period of time, we seem to have evolved a methodology of research in general societal patterns. So, is there a kind of evolution that we are seeing, or some interesting insights? Like example, when we put several things together, some instances. So, when you do spicing, then you will be able to see if these are the similarities. Can this be converted into a knowledge which can be shared and create our assets? Like if it is development research of this kind, this is the format. Very simple intellectual assets. Or if there are many differences, then you need to see whether those differences are worth sustaining. Very desperate project, one on health, the other one was something else, yet another thing, but we are not able to put things together. It is dissipation of energy rather than putting together, unless there is a solid requirement. So this kind of an analysis will give you an idea of whether we are creating centers of theme-based excellence, centers of tool-based excellence, or centers for making an impact. Any organization makes 4 types of impacts. The weightages differ. Teaching, then research, then advisory, what we call policy, and finally community development. For example, I did some exercise on strategic planning of various universities. Okay. Now, I studied several international universities. Princeton says we want to make a definitive impact on teaching and research. Very definitive impact on teaching and research. And normally in institutions what happens is, if you focus on teaching, they'll say research you can go slow on. If you focus on research, they'll say you can go slow on research. They say no, both are important. We will not trade each other. So they have taken definitive positions, definitive stances of that kind. Now some people now say community development. At the end of the day, why have we existed? Why have we existed? What is the nature of community development? I've done so much of work on tobacco, won the best possible WHO award, only to realize that there is a line of BD shops as I go out. What have I done? So then what is the internal linkage across these four? That will also get reflected. Then you know, CMDR, as he said, this is my brand. And this CMDR as a brand stands for this. Then people get attracted towards that, as we did. Amul as a brand meant this. Okay, any questions before we request each one of you to share with us? You are learning, so each one will have his own learning. Whenever you do something new, there's always that extra key that happens. And we'll close after that. Okay, so who would like to start? Anybody can start by sharing his learning from the deliberations all the way from 11 o'clock. We have been doing milk, and something has to come out of milk, you know. Yeah, anybody can share, and then, yeah.
Sir,
Yes, please.
I'll
From
be
here,
from
from here.
beginning.
Always from the
Three
center.
things just I would like to share. Only 3 things.
Yeah, yeah.
Even though it seems to be very common understanding of all of us, whether we have understood it or not is an important issue. The things that what we learned since morning till now is teamwork always plays. If you are working individually, you are working as only one. एक और एक जो 11 वाला जो concept है, so that works. That we have seen through Amul. Even though I'm a student of agriculture, we have been using this story since 1990s, since my student days. This is number one. Second, which we generally don't come across in our classrooms, and as a teacher, we don't discuss such things, that is, begin with beyond boundaries. So you should begin with means whatever is maybe, it seems to be impracticable, but so when I start means dreaming about that, so then definitely we can do that. For example, we said now we are only 5 faculties, 6 faculties, but I'm dreaming of 150. We have only 1 unit, but we are dreaming of having branches in different countries and different states. So that's what is beginning with beyond the boundaries. Then the next and the most important issue is, as a faculty, as a learner, I should have the holistic understanding of the issues under consideration. Most of the time, we have superficial understanding, only the outer layer, and we think that we know many things. So the issues, because there are so many things that I learned today, sir, even though Amul, the case of Amul, because Varghese Kurian was has visited our institution and he has donated the dairy processing lab to Banaras University. So with all that, we were not doing many things. For example, especially the efforts done in case of cheese, preparation of cheese, and diversification of the products, and catching of the national as well as international markets. So there means we had a holistic, means only the superficial understanding of that, but not the things what we learned. I learned today. So once we have this holistic understanding, so then I become more confident. I was aware of the name of Tribhuvandas Patel, then the Kurian Sir. So there are so many people who came in between, so that we were not much aware of. So this is what is having this holistic understanding. So these are 3 my learnings that I learned. Thank you, sir.
Good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our director for organizing this kind of a program. And from the morning to evening, so we all learned many things. To name a few, I would say that from the traditional way of being in the institution, to the out of the traditional way we need to be think out it. That's what we learned it first thing. Because most conservative way only we are doing the research as well as being in the institution. That's what sir said, cross the boundaries. That's the first thing I learned from this workshop. And also in the case of Amul, sir was talking about the cooperative societies and all. The cooperation is very much important when you are in the institution or outside. So cooperation with the other faculty and other discipline to approach to the any kind of a research project or research. Definitely that would be very interesting to the outside world as well as the government or any other institutions. That's what multidisciplinary approaches are very important. And from the beginning, I joined here around 16 years old. We never tried such kind of a multidisciplinary approach in any kind of a research. That we are lagging behind, that we need to do it. So then only we can identify ourselves as a branding for multidisciplinary approach of any kind of. And competitiveness, that's what I learned in this class. That way we are lagging behind. That well, suppose if any competencies are there, then only we can be tapped the door that where the opportunities are there. That is the reason. And strategies, how the strategies should be made and how the strategies will be helpful to us to grow bigger along individually as well as the institution. So and also another thing is go beyond that already. So we learned many things. We never come across this kind of lectures as well as the workshops. Today we are really delighted to have you here, sir. So we learned many things. So taking the example of Amul and other example of Korean as well as the China, but I was comparing with our institution with the stories you are bringing out of it. And also the whole day around, I think more than 6 hours we sat here. We never bored in fact. So thank you so much, sir. And often we require this kind of classes. I hope that institution will be arranged, not for a whole day at least, half a day or 2-3 hours in the afternoon or morning session would be helpful. And also I hope that sir will be helpful to us, taking the example of the other Mamula and other, and how to build this institution in a bigger way, and also the branding of CMJ. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Actually, originally it was 2 days event, sir. Sir agreed for that also. Half day means 10 to 1, 29 and 30th. But because tomorrow is holiday, so we made it whole day event today, because after that sir is so busy with other programs like that. So please.
So Vishnu Guru decided that we do it for 1 full day. He is still to participate.
Yeah, he is.
First of all, first point is that is to bring the institution to the limelight. Our research studies should always be group studies rather than individual and independent, where the study can be multi-level. It would be multidisciplinary as well as multi-facets that brings unique identification. And the second point, what you said that is, once the study is a multi-facets, I am sure the impact will automatically comes to it. That is my second point. Once, because I may be looking at a political science point, my colleague, Professor Sir, can be looking at, suppose if I take a particular issue, agriculture extension aspect, Sir can attend it, Prabhakar can looking at the anthropological aspect, and Dundappa can look at social work aspect, and Dr. Kulkarni can look at the the economic aspect. So this is where the study, when you carry in a group in a combined way, automatically the study can, once you display in our website, it carries an impact, sir. That is what, that automatically cut. That is second point. Third point is, while carrying the work, maybe we can also invite the expert for an advice. So that will give a long term and more of a, once an impact is created, in a proposal from this institution goes, every funding agency will, yes, it has a quality, quantity, and without any second thought, we will consider for their proposals to fund for it and get the what I want, what my agency wanted. This is my third aspect of my life. Thank you, sir. Arun.
No, sir.
He's good.
Sir, Hindi or Kannada?
Hindi.
No problem.
जी, sir.
No problem. Hey, no problem.
Either Kannada, Hindi,
English, anything.
French, Gujarati.
Sir, no that much language.
सभी को नमस्ते. एक्चुअली मैं आज का दिन ऐसा रहेगा मैं कभी सोचा नहीं था. आपने जो बताया अमूल केस को लेकर बताया, मुझे ये बात साबित हुआ कि इतिहास जो लिखते हैं उसे इतिहास नहीं कहते, जो बनाते हैं उसको इतिहास हम कहते हैं. और आप दो भागों में दो ग्रुप बना के जो आपने जो कुछ टास्क दिए थे, एक्चुअली इन सभी यहाँ से सर से 10 से 11-12 पॉइंट आ गए, यहाँ से 9-10 पॉइंट आ गए. सिर्फ इन दो ग्रुप को इन दोनों ग्रुप को मिला के इन 10, 12, 15, 20 पॉइंट्स को लेकर ही हम कल से अगर CMDR के बारे में कल से अगर हम सब लोग मिलके इसे एफर्ट करेंगे तो मुझे 100% कॉन्फिडेंस है ये सभी हमारा टारगेट रीच हो जाएगा. और ये भी पक्के है कि CMDR का इतिहास हम नहीं लिखेंगे, CMDR का इतिहास हम रचाएंगे जरूर. इतना मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ गया, इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ.
First of all, I am extremely thankful to Professor Dixit sir for delivering the lecture. It was really inspirational, sir, and it motivated all of us to do something.
Yeah.
So I am extremely thankful to you, sir. I am also thankful to Professor Jagli sir for bringing you here. I learned that first of all we should have a strategy. Then for achieving our goal, we should make constant efforts and learning. These are necessary. And then after achieving our output and the success should be continuous, should not be one time like that, sir. And after our output or something, our report, finalization of our report, we should review that whether we have achieved all the yardsticks or not. This much I learned, sir. It was very interesting, sir. Actually, it inspired me a lot, sir, to achieve something, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Namaste. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to the director because from morning till evening, this kind of wonderful seminar or workshop exercises are organized. First, I thought it was only 1 hour when I started. So I know about this fully. So then, because tomorrow, from yesterday, I'm facing some sitting problems. So then, I thought afternoon I will leave it. So because morning you started once with the story, what that Amul story. That entire that story with 3 hours. Then I got how that knowledge, depth knowledge of knowledge depth or way of expression of that things. So observed. Then I learned. We also young researcher should need depth knowledge of any particular subject. Then from morning you are mentioning institutional growth. If institutional here, every faculty should hear. Otherwise, if institution is not there, no one is. So that I learned that things also, because we should do or contribute to the institution. Even with our career growth, we should contribute to the institution. That's what I learned. Then, sir, I think I am around 70 years old.
74
years old. Still now they are so enthusiastically giving lecture without sitting. Our last 3 years back, I was a faculty in Carnatic University, Harvard. 1 hour, my energy not work. No, sir, from morning. So we should adopt those things. And so thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Because before I heard sir name by our one of Sridharji, I heard, and just to go and meet, and he advised me. So then today only in our institution I met. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 2 minutes I'll take. Okay, for me it is returning my debts. In fact, we spent 42 years in Ahmedabad, and we were to decide to return.
You settled here, sir?
Yeah.
You settled in Harvard?
Yeah, settled, came to Harvard. So that's where the story is. So we were in 2 minds to come back permanently or come back temporarily, and we started shifting our luggage.
You are basically from Harvard, right?
So 2 things happened. First, 50% of our luggage had come, and we were returning to Ahmedabad.
Are you related to ex-Foreign Secretary J.N. Dixit?
So then he got a letter, please attend the interview at CMDR. So then we said there is some hope, if we come back, my son will be gainfully employed. Okay. And he was employed, in fact, with Professor Kulkarni. I don't know whether he remembers. Yes. And so he was employed for 6 months on a very interesting project that rooted us in Dharwad. So otherwise we were then debating to go to Bangalore or to stay here, and that's how we decided to stay for permanently now, unless something else happens, my son decides something. So thank you very much. It's an opportunity to give back to CMDRI what we get as a family. And when he said, I need to do something, I was more than happy. I'm more than happy to come back and say, only thing is, I said, look, this is what I'm going to do, and he readily agreed. So let's do it. Thank you very much. Great spending time with you, and equally great preparing for this. In fact, what I enjoy most, more than execution, is preparing for it, because that enriches you. In fact, recently I did a workshop on strategic planning for universities. So there again, understanding the university plans, their directions, how they think, what trade-off they make, what do they want to do, itself is exciting. Similarly, Thanks a lot for giving this opportunity to me.
Yeah,
Anytime you call me, I'll be here.
Photograph with all.
Just before that.
Yeah. Anytime you call me, I'm going to be here because I'm just one stone throw away, and I'll be very happy to spend some time, as much time as you want, whenever I have a free slot.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, photo.
Then we just will honor it. So then we'll have, please. 2 more minutes.
Sir.
Very good.
Actually, sir, all our faculty members expressed their sincere thanks to me for bringing you to this place. I don't deserve that because one of our governing council members, Professor Bhimrai Maitri, sir, he suggested your name actually in one of our previous governing council meeting. So then I was searching and how to search Professor Dixit. Please. Then I forgot that. Then in the previous meeting, again recently, so again he mentioned that you please talk to Professor Dixit. Now he is staying in Harvard only, so that your institution is going to be benefited. So then again I was thinking of how to search it. During that Agnihotra meeting, so we were together, myself and Dr. Ahmedabad sir, we were sitting together. Then I just mentioned him. Sir, our Dimitra Maitri sir was telling. So then he said, no, I will just immediately text you. Then he shared your number with me. Then you asked me, so you please talk to me. So then the same evening, the same day evening I called you, so then the things went on. So this is what is the story behind. Actually, it was the basic idea of our Professor Bhimrai Maitri sir, because he knew sir is working with him since last almost 15-20 years. They are working together. But today we got the benefits of this. So sir, with this now, I extend my sincere thanks on behalf of all faculty members and team CMDR, and please accept our sincere small token of love and respect. So now we said this, we are planning to brand it. with these. We are planning to brand it through these things.
Yeah, very good branding.
And this is the logo of CMDR. I just blue.
This is very good.
Just go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you, sir, so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, really. Please, I don't know.
Anytime.
Since you are, so please, enlighten.